Hello, hello. Hiya, lily pals. Hello, boyf. Hello, wife. Hello, cook. Hi, 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 hi. I only just learned today that it is World Storytelling Day, which impacted my choice of stream tonight. In spite of that, I actually realized I actually have a decent share of options as far as reading stuff goes. Usually, I end up reading like SCPs, maybe even some holders. And if we're really lucky, if I feel particularly vulnerable and masochistic, I might read one of my own older writings every once in a while. That's kind of what I was tempted to do tonight. But I wasn't quite sure if I had enough material to work with. Not for the entire span of stream time that I usually have. In which case, one of my ideas was reading off all the entries that I made in a couple old dream journals that I used to write in. I think the first one I only really it only really covered the span of like 2018, 2019. And then the second one was like... Actually, no, I think the first one was entirely 2018, and then the second one started in 2019 up to about 2023. It's an interesting gap. But after some deep thought, I was like, hey, wait a minute. I remember some time ago, I read a piece of interactive fiction from Choice of Games way back when. I read a story, a choose-your-own-adventure kind of story about sapphic werewolves. Why did I just do that again? I have a few stories that I have purchased. I think this was actually... well, actually, I don't know which one of these... I think it was another one that I purchased first, and then I bought this one after. But basically, the story I'll be reading is called The Soulstone War. It's pretty, obviously I haven't read through the whole work yet, but it's mainly, you know, high fantasy stuff. Hello, Moss Inspector! Hello, how typical, like, high fantasy stuff. It's not too uncommon to see from the Choice of Games website. Which, for those unfamiliar, Choice of Games hosts a myriad of interactive fictions written by a variety of authors. I think they divvy it up between, like, people that are, like, part of website management or staff. Like, people who help run the website. And then there's user-submitted content. I know! I can't remember which one. I think this one was among the user-submitted. Like, basically, if you write your own piece of interactive fiction, which is basically just choose your own adventure, except generally skewed more towards older audiences as opposed to the actual choose your own adventure stuff. Choose your own adventure brand. Yeah. Again, I'm not entirely sure how long this work actually is, so I don't know how long it'll take me to actually finish. Probably not terribly long. I wager it's not among, like, some of the more, you know, basic works. I say basic, but, like, my only reference point is some of, like, the earliest stuff that was submitted or available on the website, like, way back when. I think it started, like, roughly around the early 2010s. Anyway. I think I am stalling long enough. Here we are. Going to bring about the Froggies. You can all just sit back and let me read you a story. Yeah, and by the way, I can only play this game or, like, do this whole thing kind of in a borderless windowed mode. Not quite full screen, but it might as well be. Which is why I have the little chat invisibility note. Won't be able to see chat unless I check back in frequently. I also wager, you know, most of, if not the entire body of this work is going to be text only, so again, you can just probably listen in, tune this into the background while you do other stuff. I don't mind. I mean, sure, Twitch is kind of cracking down on lurkers for no good reason, but I don't believe in policing how people enjoy my videos and streams. Yeah. Okay. Soulstone War by Morgan Vane. Look, I'm interacting, Twitch! There's extra content available for purchase as a collection of 9 supplementary side stories. These are short interactive tales featuring your main character along with all the companions plus the antagonist. Well, this means nothing to me right now. So, onward we go. Prologue. The man stands atop a white balcony, a gust of wind making his long raven hair fan out around him. His red eyes take in the city beneath him like a hawk, razor sharp and ever watchful. He watches the small figures of his subjects bustle around the crowded streets, feels the tides of their lives ebb and flow. Yet no sound reaches his ears. No childish laughter, no boisterous voices coming from merchant stalls, no song or cry, nothing that would indicate that this white city is inhabited by anything other than ghosts. His full lips curve in a self-satisfied smile. Everything is as it should be. The streets are crowded, but the people move around as quietly as shadows. Soldiers patrol the bleached stone, marching through with barely a sound. No sun shines over this necropolis. Dark, heavy clouds cover the sky at all times. Any memory of bright light, all but forgotten. There is nothing but dull gray washing over white buildings that look like bone, the skeleton of a gray beast, clinging to the memory of what it once was. By the way, a quick disclaimer. Naturally, this being, interactive fiction and, having to make decisions and choices that influence the story, I am only going to do one playthrough or one go around with this work. If you are curious to, see what other choices could be made, how the story could be influenced in different ways, then I suggest you purchase this work yourself. It is on Steam. The Soulstone War. Manor takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. Damp earth and ash. That is what the city's smell reminds him of. Ash from the fires that had ravaged whole kingdoms, the very fires he had stoked to succeed. Damp earth from all the tears that have been shed during his conquest and after. All of it worth it. Worth finally having a world that bows to his rule, shaped and molded according to his will. The mere thought of it makes him shiver in delight. But then he feels it. Like a blade through his mind, a knowledge that shouldn't have been his to hold pierces the barriers of his psyche and leaves him reeling. He stumbles forward, his blood-red eyes widening as they roll back. The railing of the balcony is the only thing that helps him stay on his feet. He tries to steady himself as images from a faraway place assault him. Figures holding brilliant weapons up to the sun, the light emanating from them brighter than 1,000 stars. The Soul Stones. They are finally awakened. Or soon will be. The vision ends as abruptly as it came, leaving him hollow and exhausted. How long has it been since he claimed the Onyx Stone for his own? Years beyond count. And still, every time he receives its prophetic visions, it leaves him weak and disoriented. He can't afford to be like this. Not really. But the reward far outweighs the risk. His white-knuckled grip slowly releases its hold on the cracked railing, and with shaking fingers, he reaches for the weapon that hangs from his hip. The Onyx Stone, the stone of intuition, shaped like a long saber to fit his needs, a symbol of his authority. The very reason he stands upon this balcony as Lord of all. It sensed the awakening of its siblings, and now he knows it too. There's no time to lose. Steps have to be taken, plans constructed. The Soul Stones are his. He will hold all of them in his hands, one way or another. He quickly rights himself and runs a hand over his alabaster face. His grip tightens around the hilt of the onyx stone. He will have to actively start using its powers again. He needs all the information he can get. Of course, any information that doesn't yield willingly is always vague and confusing, barely more than a whisper against his straining ears. The stone has a will of its own, even fused with him as it is. He can feel hints of resentment coming from it at times, sorrow that it's being used as nothing but a tool, a bond that could have been profound, reduced to nothing but servitude. The Lord of all doesn't care. He doesn't share power or agency. He has no use for anything that doesn't give him absolute obedience. Many have called him ruthless, his gorgeous visage the direct opposite to the bareness of his heart. Such words are usually uttered at the end of his saber. Yet none of these things matter. He is the only one left standing. This is the only truth that can be counted on. This, and the fact that all of the soul stones must belong to him, with or without their bonded wearers attached. A promising challenge has been laid down before him, one he can't wait to sink his teeth into. Let the hunt begin. Chapter 1. You wake up panicked, cold sweat running down your temple. That was one vivid dream. Or so you assume, since you have no idea what it was actually about. You can never recall them, the dreams that plague your nights. It has become a familiar routine to you by now. When the dreams first began, you begged whoever was listening to make them stop. Now, even though they leave you cold and shaken, you have come to appreciate them. They are the one constant in your life, your only company. How sad is it that a fathomless feeling of terror and despair is the only thing you have to look forward to every morning? You try not to think too closely about that. You gingerly untangle yourself from your bedroll and stand up, as up as your little tent allows you to get anyway. You fumble around the cramped space with half-lidded eyes, looking for your flask of water. In your search, you almost knock over your little lantern. Frack! Frel! Kark! Andraste's knickers! Or, nah. Can I make up my own? Because sometimes in these stories, if you choose none of these options, they let you provide your own. Let's see. Yes! Okay. So some sort of cursing exclamation. Huge! Here's what I'll do. My exclamation will be Smoo. If you know, you know. And I give you a cookie for it. Smoo! You quickly catch the lantern before any damage is done. That almost gave you a heart attack. You can't afford to lose even a single one of your belongings. You try one more time to locate your flask. Softly, gently. Finesse will get you everywhere. Finally, your fingers brush against the leathery surface you've been thirsting after. You gingerly wrap your hand around it, lifting it and bringing it close to your face. You throw in a glare for good measure. needing to make sure the vessel knows it has offended you. When you are satisfied with its level of contrition, you finally bring it to your lips. You are parched, but the little flask and the life-giving liquid within will serve more than one purpose. You are thirsty, sure, but that's not the only reason you were so desperate to find it. You take a gulp and slosh the liquid around, trying to get rid of the bad taste in your mouth. If the cool fluid can get your nerves to calm down too, then that will be a bonus. You rub a hand over your face, then raise it to lightly scratch your scalp. The sensation grounds you. You have... let's see... a choice of hair color. This will be pivotal. I just know it. No hair. I am bald. 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 My eyes. You know, I reckon... I reckon in a lot of fantasy stories I don't hear about redheads. So let's be a redhead. You pull your hand away from your head and notice that a few red hairs have come away to rest on your palm. Well, damn. You didn't think you scratched that hard. Anyway, enough dawdling. It's time to start your day. Breakfast, packing up, then leaving. You don't have many other choices. Staying put is not an option. You fumble around for your satchel, eventually finding it and taking out a small cloth-wrapped package. Hard bread, dried fruit, and the last few pieces of jerky. You will need to restock soon. But that's a concern for future you. You look at your breakfast critically. Okay, you have various options here. You've had nothing but this exact menu for what has felt like weeks. You could eat this right away, then pack up and go. Or you could skip it for now and search for any berries nearby. It would mean that you'd have to stay around for the area for a bit longer, but the reward could outweigh the risk. Your taste buds would thank you if nothing else. What I have already is a feast fit for a king, truly. I'm gonna... Let's check around. You absentmindedly reach for your clothes, your brain already preoccupied with planning the next stage of your journey, if it can be even called that. If it can even be called that. More like a mad dash toward what can arguably be called safety. Running from the law can have that effect. It makes even the best thought-out plans go awry with that pesky urgency it instills. Not that your plan was ever particularly well thought out. It only consisted of 3 stages. Grab stuff, put the hood on, run. Nice and simple. Guaranteed success. Too bad that your pursuers saw fit to, well, pursue you. That wasn't supposed to happen. No one stays on script nowadays. You haphazardly put on your worn clothes. They're nothing special, and the constant use they're getting is starting to show, but they've served you well up till now. Stepping out from your tiny tent, you take a deep breath and stretch out your muscles. The crisp morning air feels good, and you take a moment to enjoy it. Then the moment is over. Hunting parties wait for no one. Of course, you have seen neither hide nor hair of them in about 2 weeks, but it's way too soon to hope that they have given up on their search. Dorless won't let you get away so easily. You just know it. That guy has always had it out for you for some reason. You shake your head to rid of it the image of his face. That was unpleasant. A snort comes from your left, and you smile as you turn around and look at your faithful mount, the aptly named... Cookware wants Froggy. Here is Froggy. And thank you, Jay, for the trifecta. Stretch, stretch. Okay. Alright. We got a haunts. What do we name our haunts? What's a good hauntsy name? Hansel. Hansel? 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 Your Hansel is a loyal beast, a true and steadfast friend. She belonged to your mother before you, and now she is yours. She has carried you through a lot, the poor darling. Speed is not usually her thing, but she has done her best under the circumstances. You both have. Besides, you're playing the long game here. Stamina is key, or so you tell yourself. It is a good thing you got a day's head start on your pursuers. Your gut instinct to the rescue once again. That and your kindly neighbor. You owe that man a lot. Hopefully one day you'll be able to repay him for his kindness. Now it is time to go searching for some berries. You look near your little camp and a bit further down, and are able to find a handful of ripe fruit. You gather them in your handkerchief, unconcerned about any stains they leave behind, and start munching on them happily. Now that your belly is semi-full, you need to continue on your path. According to your old map, it will be about another day's ride to the nearest town, Sharsport. From there, you can hire a boat to take you across the bay. Hansel? Next stop, the border. If you can just switch countries, you'll be safe. Not even Dorless will chase after you then. Hopefully. How you'll get through the border checkpoint is another matter entirely, but you'll cross that bridge once you get to it. You load your stuff on your trusty mule, and then get up yourself. Not long now. You turn Hansel in the right direction and urge her on. She breaks into a steady trot, and you mentally prepare yourself for another day on the saddle. And that's when you feel it. A twinge at the back of your head. A little pull at the pit of your stomach. Something is coming. The nagging feeling I've had since waking up is about to deliver. I can't pick that for some reason. Let me take a look at my stats real quick. Just basic character information. Unknown name, red hair color, unknown eye color, unknown origin. Hansel the mule. Oh, I can change my swear word. I have a dagger. What about my traits? My skills? Everything is pretty even across the board. Let's keep our chill. I keep my head cool and just keep going. Your gut instinct has always proved reliable in alerting you to sudden changes, but it doesn't go into specifics about the nature of the upcoming disturbances. They could be good, they could be bad, they could be anything between. Staying calm is the key. Rash decisions will not aid you here. You center yourself. Not long afterward, the silence is broken by the sound of approaching hooves. Riders coming on quickly. You casually turn around to check, and yes, there are 3 of them atop horses that are much faster than Hansel. Outrunning them is not an option. Depending on what they want, things could get ugly. You seriously doubt they're just after a friendly chat, but that doesn't necessarily mean this will come to blows. If you keep your wits about you, perhaps you'll be able to avoid any fighting. 3-on-1 is not your ideal combat situation. At least you can say that it won't be on an empty stomach. Facing a superior number of foes is no joke, but doing it without energy in your system is courting death. Your common sense has served you well. It doesn't take that long for them to catch up. Showtime. The horse's hooves stir up dirt as the men position their mounts around you, attempting to box you in. Okay, definitely not friendly then. Good to know. At least there aren't enough of them to completely surround you. The man atop the horse in front of you addresses you first. He sits confidently, sure of himself, his superior numbers, and his chances. His voice sounds condescending to your ears. "What's your name, kid?" he asks, but for some reason you suspect he doesn't really care. Also, you are not a kid. You're of age, thank you very much. Glancing at the weapons strapped to the men's sides, you decide to play along for now. Vierna, Karsten, Deirdre, Aaron, Bjorn, Quinlan? Nah. Nah. Critical opportunity. It's like, how seriously do we want to take this? Decisions. I'm a redhead, so you'd think that, you know, Celtic names would probably be the most obvious. But I don't know. New record! Here. I'm gonna make this a bit easier for myself. and go to Fantasy Name Generator. I think I'll do real names. Real names, because we don't really know too much about our protagonist just yet. We want something relatively basic. How about... Old West names. What does this have in store for me? Come on now. Orla? Let's see. Oh, I kind of like this. Kind of like this one. Chessie. Sounds kind of cute. Okay. I'm Alexis. Who might you be? Well, that mattered a lot. You are, of course, not Alexis. Your name is Chessie, thank you very much. But you don't think it is imperative this man learns that little tidbit of information. So you try to throw his question back at him. He ignores you, maneuvering his horse until your mounts are almost touching. Then he dismounts and motions for you to do the same. You hesitate for a moment, but after a harsh glare from him, you do as he says. Once you're standing and facing each other, he begins with the questions again. And where are you from, Alexis? Well, that is an oddly specific question. What does he care about where you're from? Is he planning to send his condolences to your family after he's murdered you? More the fool him, then. There's nothing for you back there. Not anymore. You grit your teeth and focus your attention on the here and now. I hail from a little village called Sven's Hollow. I lie through my teeth. Yeah, let's just fucking lie. I hail from a little village called Sven's Hollow. I lie through my teeth. Obviously, he hasn't been there. Even you haven't been there. You are lying through your teeth right now, but there's no way you're telling him where you're really from. Not when you have people after you. Not when there's so much at stake. Your life might not look like much at the moment, but it is all you have, and you're not going to risk it needlessly. So you're not about to tell him where you're really from. Let's see. Trident's Teeth, Shadow's End, Harvest's Bounty. I kind of like the sound of Shadow's End. A small hamlet on the mountain Heaven's Knife. Hunters and alchemists everywhere. Please be advised that this background involves depictions of transphobia later in the game. It's directed from one NPC to another, and it is depicted as the terrible thing that it is, but it is there all the same. If this is a subject that makes you uncomfortable, please choose another background. Oh, that's nice. Hmm. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm a big girl. It has been just you and your mom as long as you could remember. Mom was a good person, but sickly. And then she died around the time you turned 12. You were passed around the village's households like so much garbage. Some were kind, some not. But the one constant was that no one wanted you for long, until even that couldn't be counted on, and you had to run for your life. He slowly extends a gloved hand and brings it steadily toward your face, his eyes daring you to stop him. You track its path with wide-open eyes, expecting an attack at any moment. "Damn, but I like your face," he murmurs as he goes to stroke your cheek. I swiftly raise my hand to intercept him, catching his wrist in my palm. "You're not gonna let that creep touch you. You'd rather fight instead. The situation is far from ideal, but you've had enough of people like him just taking what they want without any consideration for anyone else." You glare at him fiercely, holding his gaze for a moment before you let his hand drop. He doesn't try to lift it again, and he doesn't reach for the sword strapped to his waist. That could have gone worse. "You are one fiery lass, aren't you?" "Huh. Achievement." You don't think he expects an answer. He looks strangely satisfied with himself. A hole begins to burrow its way through your stomach. It doesn't take a gut feeling to know this is headed somewhere bad. "What do you want from me?" You cut right to the chase. "The sooner you can get this over with, the better your day will get." "Ah, right," he replies, looking startled. It looks like he's a bit too much into his game for your liking. "You don't happen to know this person, do ya?" he asks, pulling a crumpled paper out of the satchel hanging from his waist. He shows it to you, and you are greeted with a crude drawing of your own likeness. Does your nose really look like that? "A reward of 200 coins to whoever brings the criminal Chessie, dead or alive, back to Shadow's End. Look for the mayor for payment," the accursed thing reads. Well, smoo. You didn't think they would go that far, or that any of them could draw your face, or even write for that matter. And your cheapskate mayor is willing to fork out the coin to get you? They really want you dead then. Dead or alive. That's a pretty final thing to say about someone. There's no home waiting for you anymore. "Well?" the bounty hunter asks you again. He is beginning to look impatient. "Have you seen this person or not? Because from where I'm standing, it certainly looks like you." This is it. Your next words may influence how this little dance ends. You could try and trick them, persuade them to leave you alone. You have nothing to bargain with, however, so the chances of that working are slim to none. Which brings you to your only other option, fighting them head on. You don't have the time to debate this for long. A decision must be made. Now. Good thing you're from Sven's Hollow and not that person, right? I kind of like the idea of trying to be like a cunning trickster, you know? Try to outwit them and hope that they're really, really thick. "Can I have that for a sec?" you ask amiably, pointing at the bounty. He looks dubious for a moment, but then shrugs and passes it to you. What does it matter to him anyway? You can't do anything with it after all. You make a show of studying it for a while, then nod your head sagely. Yes, just as I thought. This is not me, you declare confidently. The bandits look unimpressed. Time to get the show going. See this right here? That is one ugly jawline. After having seen this face with your own eyes, you point at your face. Do you really think this person has anything to do with me? The leader opens his mouth to answer, but you cut him off swiftly. And this nose! Why, comparing it to mine is like comparing eggplants to peaches! I don't know about that. Really, this face can only be likened to mine by the vaguest of standards. You're a smart man. Do you really think the criminal on this bounty is me? You lace your words with disbelief, laying it on pretty thick and trying to make yourself as non-threatening as possible. I'm not who you're looking for. RNG! Hello, welcome to the Frog Tower. And welcome to story time. Happy World Storytelling Day. You don't know if the sadness in your eyes is what breaks him in the end, but he lets out a long breath and shakes his head. Oh, I interpreted that last phrase very differently. Okay. Maybe it's not you on that bounty, he concedes. Your heart leaps with elation at the concession. He makes sure to quickly squash that, though. I said maybe it isn't you. Don't look so damn smug. You suspect your expression falls quickly at that comment, but he is not done. But whether it is or isn't you, doesn't really matter. Your mouth drops open in your shock. Say what? I'm not gonna take you in either way. What? But why did you stop me then? I said I won't take you in. I didn't say that I don't have a reason for stopping you. He replies a bit testily. Prickly bastard. Why did you then? You ask once more, trying to keep your tone respectful. 'Cause if you are the person on this bounty, I got a warning for you. You open your mouth, then close it again. Smoo. Easy win. Do you tell him the truth or not? How important could this warning be anyway? Important enough to risk revealing your identity? He could be lying for all you know. Thankfully, he decides to spare you any further inner conflict. It's the big guy that put that bounty out. I've spoken to him. Dorless, his name is. We shared a few words. I didn't like what he had to say. So if you are the one that's pissing him off so much, I wouldn't mind if you kept doing it for a little longer. You are flabbergasted, stricken mute. This can't be happening. He is foregoing 200 coins just to piss off Dorless? It is beyond comprehension. He's at the first village east of here, the man continues. That's where I met him. I left before he did, but still, I don't think it will take him more than a day to catch up. And he said he was going to head this way. Dorless, coming this way, less than a day behind. Oh boy. Your mind is compartmentalizing this information to be able to deal with it. Dorless is only a hair's breadth away. All this time you thought you could relax a bit because you hadn't seen him, yet you were only a step ahead of him. Not even that much, really. Half a step ahead would be more accurate. The thought hits you like a ton of bricks. You need to reach Sharsport, now. I've said my piece. Whether you are or aren't who you say, I'm done with you now. Before you can even begin to formulate a reply, the man turns around with little fanfare and swiftly mounts his horse. His gaze rakes hotly over you one last time, and then he visibly pulls himself together. "Farewell, then," he bids you curtly, and he and his men set off ahead of you. You think you can hear the youngest of them whisper a "finally" between his teeth. No one pays him any attention, and neither do you. You have much larger concerns at the moment. In one sudden motion, you spring into action, mounting Hansel and spurring her on to run as if the hounds of hell are right behind you. Which is not that far off from the truth, actually. Though to liken Dorless to a hound is an insult to dogkind everywhere. The worm doesn't deserve the air he breathes. But it is not up to you to rid the world of his filth. He has you heavily outnumbered, and no one will lift a hand to help you. In their eyes, you're the one to blame. You are the murderer. If Dorless kills you, it will be no less than you deserve. The thought still smarts for some reason. You thought you would come to terms with Shadow's End's excommunication of you, but apparently not. Maybe not everyone believed what was said, but no one did a thing to help you aside from your neighbor. Well, fine. They can all go drown themselves for all you care. You have a new life ahead of you. One where you aren't chased, ridiculed, falsely accused. One where you can heal and forget, and no one will be able to reach you. All you have to do is get to Shar's Port before they get you. That is your sole goal for now. Because if you are to ever have hope for the future, you'll have to outrun the past. End of chapter 1. Let's take a little look. Yeah, Origin Shadow's End. Still no clue for eye color. What about traits? Has anything changed? Oh, we got a bit more wits. We're a bit more pragmatic. A bit more bold. A bit playful. Also a bit deceptive. Deception is the one I'm trying to bank on. Okay. Interlude. Mordecai stretches his long legs in front of him with a groan. His feet are killing him. The little fire in front of him sparkles and hisses merrily, bathing the small clearing where they have set up camp in orange light. The ambience is soothing. It pisses him off. He doesn't want to be soothed. He wants to rage and howl, to scream at the world and break it. Hurt it as it has hurt him. No, it isn't over himself that he is so angry. His eyes slide away from the spectacle of the mesmerizing flames, his sharp gaze falling on the man nodding off next to him. Strassa, his childhood friend, the one person in his life that means something to him, the man he gave up everything for. He would do it all over again in a heartbeat. All the choices that brought them to this point. He regrets none of them. He would stand by his friends through hell and beyond. But it's not fair. It's not fair how the world has treated them, how it could take this kind-hearted man's faith in humanity and twist it in such vicious, relentless ways. Mordecai is not surprised. He had known all along that the world is a cruel, dangerous place. Very little surprises him at this point. But it's not the same for Strassa. His friend still believes in humanity, in the good inside of all men. Complete and utter nonsense in Mordecai's opinion. He doesn't care about anyone but the people he loves. But it's not the same for his blue-eyed friend. The shit that went down, it hurt him. Deeply. And it never stopped hurting. Even now, when they are so many miles away from their birthplace, a step away from putting it all behind them, Strassa is still in pain. He misses his home. He misses believing that the people they grew up with were good. All Mordecai misses is seeing his companions smile. He silently watches the familiar face, the dark skin highlighted by the fire and hues of bronze. Strassa's long locks are coming undone from the ponytail he usually keeps them in, and his stubble is starting to get a little too long compared to its usual length. Life on the road is beginning to wear him down. Strassa is a creature of home and hearth. He needs a place to set down roots again. And damned if Mordecai won't do everything in his power to give that back to him, no matter who he has to go through, who or what he has to sacrifice. This is the one promise he has ever made that he fully intends to keep. Strassa will have a home again. Well, that's a glum face, a deep, soft voice says, pulling him out of the dark whirlwind of his thoughts. He had gotten distracted. He knows better than that. Has to do better than that. Hey! A dark finger flicks him between the eyes. Incredulous, Mordecai turns his head to glare. There you are, Strassa smiles softly at him, apparently pleased with himself. You should be sleeping, is the gruff answer he receives. No, you should be sleeping. You barely slept at all these last few days. Don't think I haven't noticed. I'm not an idiot, Mordecai. Never said you were. Will you just... Driving yourself into the ground helps no one. If you faint from exhaustion, I'm the one that'll have to carry you. Letting out a loud snort, Mordecai rolls his eyes. I'm not an idiot either, Strassa. I know my limits. I'm not going to endanger you. It's not me I'm worried about. Yeah, well, it's who I'm worried about. Mordecai, just drop it, will ya? Strassa stares at his friend's stubborn face. The redhead is not going to budge. Strassa can tell. Once Mordecai gets into one of these moods, it's impossible to get him out of them. It can occasionally be endearing, but most of the time it's just annoying. And in this case, it's worrisome too. Mordecai takes responsibilities upon himself that are not his to carry. It is because he cares so much. Because beneath his eternal grumpiness hides a man who would sacrifice everything, even himself, for those he loves. And that is a thought Strassa can't live with. Not now, not ever. Especially since it is all his fault Mordecai is in this situation with him to begin with. He can at least do everything in his power to help his friend get through this with his skin intact. But how can one help someone who refuses to accept help? Who refuses to even admit he needs it in the first place? Strassa can't, that's how. He can only sit next to his friend, feeling useless, worrying himself sick, and just watching. Watching and hoping that when the sandcastle comes down, he'll be fast enough to catch him. Strassa lets out a long-suffering sigh and makes himself more comfortable, scooting closer so he can rest his head against his bull-headed best friend's shoulder. Mordecai says nothing. Then Strassa begins blowing at the hair that is getting on his face from the redhead's long ponytail. He doesn't try to move it in some other way, just keeps blowing until Mordecai can't stand it anymore. With a jerky movement, Mordecai grabs his own hair and deposits it over his own shoulder. Happy now? He snaps. Ecstatic is the smug answer he receives. A rare smile finally graces Mordecai's lips. They'll be alright. He'll make sure of it. He's not giving this up. He will keep Strassa safe. His green eyes sweep over their little camp, always checking for danger. When he finds none, he allows himself to lean against his companion a little more comfortably. Rest, Strassa. We're almost there. Char's port is waiting for us. Ouch, yeah. Chapter 2. You run and run. Your poor Hansel is dripping with sweat and exhaustion, and still you push on. No matter how much your entire body aches, no matter if you're barely holding onto the saddle or struggling to stay astride, you push on. Dorless is on your tail. You know it. You feel it. And the desperation that comes with that knowledge nearly drives you insane. You ride through the day, making no stops whatsoever, right to the point where you think you will faint, and then past that too. You have no idea how you manage to stay conscious, but you suppose fear is a great motivator. You reach Sharsport at sundown on the same day. Both you and Hansel look like something scraped from underneath someone's shoe, but you've made it just in the nick of time, and you enter the town before the gates close for the night. You stand just inside the gates, bent over with hands on your knees, panting your lungs out. Your loyal steed isn't in any better condition. A few moments pass, and then one of the guards clears his throat and indicates you should move along. You're not allowed to linger by the gate, especially after dark. Lifting your head, you look toward the sky and find the sun has completely gone down, the light now fading quickly. You need to find shelter, and a way to get on one of the boats. How you're supposed to do either of these things is the question, however. You're completely broke. That's right, you don't have a single coin to your name. Forget lodgings. It's the boat that's the bigger issue here. You don't have the time to look for whatever passes for work in this town. Dorless is literally at the gates. You need to be gone as soon as possible. But how? You don't even have enough to pay for your mule to spend the night at the local stables. You're exhausted mentally, physically, and emotionally. You have exceeded your capacity for dealing with stuff for today. You need to rest. Somewhere. You could go to the tavern and ask if they'll let you sleep in the kitchens or something. But even if they agree to that, they'll ask you to do something in return. Mop the floors, wipe the tables, something. And you're barely standing as it is. You don't have the strength to earn your keep right now. Even thinking about it is tiring you out. You'll just head toward the inn and see if there's any quiet space around where you can secure Hansel and rest against a wall or something. Hardly ideal. It's actually even worse than what you've gotten used to. Your little tent looks like a palace to you right now, but you don't have what it takes to set it up, if you'd even be allowed to set up a tent inside the city, so a wall will have to do. You only hope it doesn't start raining. You weakly pull on your mule's reins, stumbling down the street in what you hope is the direction of the tavern. Not that you would know either way. The surroundings begin to blur all around you, the edges of your vision turning dark. You don't have much longer. You've been running on pure adrenaline all day long. Now you're about to crash, and crash hard. Keeping your eyes open is a struggle, one that you're obviously failing, you realize as you collide with a warm, unwashed body. You bounce back from the impact, about to lose your footing when two big arms reach out to steady you. They don't let go after you regain your balance. "Oh, sorry," you mumble, almost incoherent. You fight to clear your eyes with a blurry film covering them. You can only make out an indistinct shape, but one thing is clear enough. Whoever this is, they're big, and their grip on you is painful in its firmness. "Whoa there, squat. Watch where you're going, yeah?" A rough, gruff voice warns you. "Yeah, I didn't mean to..." You begin to explain, only to have your sentence cut short. The hands that were steadying you slide lower now and start patting around your satchel. "Hey, hands off!" You try to protest, weakly attempting to step away. But your efforts have no effect. You're held tight. "What do you got there, Squirt?" "None of your business." "That's where you're wrong, Squirt. Keep it quiet and we'll let you go." "We?" you ask blearily, trying to look around for any others. But your exhaustion, along with the darkness that has finally fallen, only allows you to discern shadows. If this thug has friends with them, you have no way of knowing. Not that you have any chance anyway, one thug or many. You're about to pass out. The thief only has to wait a few more seconds before they can just take whatever they want from your unconscious body. How can you stow away with a mule? I don't know. Hansel snorts anxiously next to you, and stone-cold terror fills you. You thought you were too tired for feelings, but obviously not. The thought that they might take your only friend from you overwhelms you with desperation. You can't let them do that. You have to escape. With one last despairing spurt of energy, you wrangle yourself away from the thug's hold, yelling your head off. Let me go! Bad move, Squid, you hear them say menacingly. The sound of a weapon getting unsheathed fills the air, but you can't even see what it is. Your world is nothing but sound and shadows now. You're about to vomit. You take one step backward, two, and then collide with another body. The thug's friends. This is it. You're done for. After all this time, after the bounty hunters on the roads, this is what it all gets you. Thieves in Shardsport that are after a satchel filled with a water skin, some flint, and the remains of your travel rations. You could have just given them the bloody thing and have been done with it, but tiredness and your fear for Hansel's life cloud your judgment, and now you've doomed you both. Then a heavy hand falls on your shoulder, steadying you for the second time this night. With a firm grip, the hand guides you backward behind its owner, and then right into another pair of hands that grasp you gently, leading you to the side. Your mule follows slowly after you. Stay back, girl, a voice from ahead orders you. The tone is stern, yet for some reason you're not alarmed when you hear it. Tell him you have the plague? It's okay, friend. Everything is gonna be okay. The owner of the hands holding you tells you in a soothing, low voice. Wait, no. That can't be right. You try to make out the features of the man standing next to you, but get nothing. Just another blur. You don't want to do this, friend. There's 4 of us and only 2 of you. Or wait. I'm getting confused. Who's talking now? Okay, that's the voice of the thug. You don't want to do this, friend. There's 4 of us and only 2 of you. The voice of the thug rings out. So they did have friends with them. Good to know. A derisive laugh rings through the night. Oh no, Strassa isn't fighting. I'd like to make this somewhat challenging, if you don't mind. Now, enough talking. Strassa, you murmur, confused. Your mind is not keeping up with the situation, catching on to details belatedly. The clang of blades rings through the night, a fight waging on unseen right next to you. Your trembling knees are about to give out. The hands on your shoulders get tighter. I'm right here, friend. You're safe. You hear a gentle voice say from 1,000 miles away. What do you do? I mean, I reckon I don't have the energy to either fight or run. So... I'm a wibbly wobble. I'm wembling. Leaning against him feels nice for some reason, as though contact with another human being who isn't trying to hurt you is something to cherish after all you've been through. You can't even see his face, but his voice instills you with a sense of calm. He's not going to harm you. You know it. You slouch against him even more, letting him shoulder most of your weight. He shifts his grip to better accommodate you, holding you up with little effort. The night is now quiet. Well, don't you two look cozy? A mocking voice breaks the silence. Mordecai, come on. She needs help. The unamused man holding you replies. Is she about to faint? The other voice asks dryly. That's the last thing you hear before darkness finally claims you. Its embrace a sweet, sweet relief. Yet one thought plagues you. What about the mule? Oh. Later that same night, the nightmares plague you yet again. Faces you don't know, grunts of pain, a fan made out of hair spread out on the floor, blood closing in on it from all sides, a pair of eyes that switch from green to blue to green again, and above all else, a sense of crippling, soul-rending despair. They're gonna die. They're gonna die. They're gonna die. Your terror-stricken brain screams at you over and over again. Then you wake up with a start, a silent scream lodged in your throat. You have no idea what's happening. It's dark. You can't see. You don't know where you are. And the blinding horror that woke you up is still there, urging you to move, do something, save them. Who on Talhamzin is them? You don't have the time to wonder about it. You try to roll out of bed. When did you get into bed? And almost get tangled in the covers that kept you warm. Managing to disentangle yourself, you land on unsteady feet. For a moment you think your legs will buckle underneath you, but by some divine providence, you remain standing. You try to look around, but nothing makes sense. It's too dark. You're still too tired. What are you supposed to do? To the right. You have to move to the right. How do you know that? Well, that is an excellent question to which you can give no answer. Only that you know. You shakily move to the right, arms held out, afraid you'll bump into something. But you're granted this one small mercy. Instead of bumping into something, you finally touch what seems to be a door. Your hands come up, looking for the handle, and at last you find it. You're about to open it when you stop for a second to think about this reasonably. You have no idea what's going on, where you are, who brought you here. You can barely function. Keeping these things in mind, do you really want to step out of this door to whatever is waiting on the other side? Your quick breathing hasn't subsided. Your emotions are still in disarray, frantic, telling you to move already. But how can you know you'll be of any help? Or that help is needed in the first place? What if you only make things worse? You've learned to trust your instincts, but sometimes they push too far. What do you do? The urgency I'm feeling, almost like a calling. I won't deny this. 2 options. Stay here, look for answers. I can't ignore what's happening. I have to go out there. Carefully, though. You take a deep breath and turn the door's handle as quietly as you can manage. You poke your head out cautiously, trying to check your surroundings. Sadly, it does you little good. You can barely make out anything. From what you can see, you are in what appears to be a hallway, a lone candle shining from somewhere to your left. That's not what draws your attention, however. You see movement out of the corner of your eye, which is basically a miracle since you feel as blind as a mole in this dimness. Still, you see something. And you hear something, too. The whisper of cloaks as they drag on the wooden floor, the unsheathing of blades from their scabbards. You turn your head in time to see fabric disappear into the open door to the right of your room. Then the sound of a struggle. Oh no! You're too late! You try to power walk over there, only to end up waddling instead, a duck's unsteady gait right into danger. You manage to reach the door still standing and are greeted with a gruesome tableau. There are 4 men dressed in black crowding inside the room, and they have what are probably the occupants backed up against the far wall. The two men against the wall, dressed in leather jerkins, wield a short spear and a greatsword. However, the room is too small, and their range of movement is limited. Their attackers take full advantage, not letting them find a more advantageous position. That the cornered men are still alive and fighting is a testament to their prowess, but things are about to take a turn for the worse, it seems. Two of the attackers break away from the melee and pull two short spears from their backs. They take a few steps back and get into position to throw. They stop with their backs just in front of you, no one having noticed your shuffling approach. It's now or never. She comes in with the steel chair! Force, magic, guile. Let me revisit my stats. Okay, so nothing really all too different. And she comes in with the steel chair! You take a deep breath and ready yourself. Here goes nothing. Grabbing the chair with both hands, you summon all the strength your exhausted body has. You manage to raise it through sheer willpower and stubbornness. You plant your feet on the ground, adjusting your stance and hoping against hope that you won't collapse before you use the damn thing. "Hey, jerks!" You roar at the men, ready to loose their arrows, and they both startle at the sound of your voice. They make to turn around, shifting their weight, and that is when you make your move. You swing with a desperate yell, the chair crashing against the back of the man right in front of you. He goes down with a scream, but the momentum is dragging you down too, your weakened condition making it impossible for you to stay standing, though you try to maintain the right stance. You're not done, however. You have no idea what is going on in here, or who the men are you're fighting to protect. But you know one thing. Your dreams don't lie to you. If there's one steady truth to count on in the shifting landscape your life has become, it is this. The men against the wall are important. You know that, so you will protect them until there is nothing left in you. You are reduced to nothing other than blind instinct, and as you fall forward, you manage to grab the second archer before he leaps away or attacks you. He falls on top of his knocked-out companion, and you fall on top of him, but he furiously pushes back and you can't hold on. You are thrust backward, the world spinning around you as if in slow motion. This is it. There's nothing else you can do, you realize. Your senses are leaving you. The exertion your body has gone through too much for you to handle. You're about to black out. As your head hits the hard floor beneath you, you can only hope that you at least made a difference. The next afternoon, you wake up to the singing of birds, if seagull squawking can even be called that. It's kind of giving you a headache, or the headache is what woke you up in the first place. You have no idea. All you know is that 1, you have a headache. 2, you are warm and your muscles feel like butter. And 3, you are starving. 2 of these things are par for the course, so you don't pay them much attention. The one glaring difference is too much for you to ignore, however. You immediately spring up from your sleeping position, the sudden movement making you slightly woozy. Groaning, you clutch at your head. You take a deep breath, then another, before you have the courage to open up your eyes. The sight that greets you takes your breath away. You're in a room. An actual honest-to-God's room with walls around it and everything. That doesn't make sense. You try to rack your brain, wondering what the hell happened last night. but you're only getting vague impressions. Excruciating fatigue, then abject fear, then warm hands holding you aloft, then nothing. You stare in confusion at the room around you, but then the rest of reality catches up. Doorless. You're Hansel. Smoo. Warm butter. Your head whips towards the window, which is letting warm orange rays of light into the small room. You shakily get up from the bed and stagger toward your destination. When you finally reach it, the sight of Char's pork greets you in all its stinking glory. Fish guts and tar combined in one nauseating cocktail. Your nose's fragile sense of smell is not your biggest concern, however. The sun is pretty low on the horizon. Dangerously so. It's past midday. How long were you asleep? With Doorless a hair's breadth from catching up to you, no less. What was the point of rushing like a maniac yesterday if you were going to end up staying here one day later anyway? And that raises one other alarming point. How on Talhamzin did you get here? You think you remember getting mugged, but then who brought you here? Why does your head hurt like hell? And where on earth is Hansel? With these pressing concerns in mind, you hurry away from the window in a frenzy of activity. You pull your boots on, which were considerately left next to your bed. Next on the list is your satchel, which was lying on the solitary chair in the room. Finally, you pull on your cloak, which was hanging on the chair's back. Now all you need is your mule, and then you'll be ready to go. Just where you are going to go will take some time to figure out, since you need to ride the boat out of here, and that requires coin. Coin you don't have. You can't even pay for this room, actually. You hope no one is expecting you to do that. You shake your head. Focus, Chessie. One thing at a time. Your first priority is to leave this inn and find your mule. The rest can wait. So, how do you want to go about it? What is there to do other than calmly facing whatever happens next? I'm just curious, is that gonna... Okay, that boosted my pragmatism, I think. I thought it would boost my, what was it? My stoicism. Got a bit of combat prowess with the steel chair. Whoever saved you yesterday is probably waiting for you. They must be the ones who brought you here. There's no other logical explanation. It certainly wasn't the thieves, and you doubt there are any more random altruists in this stinky town. There being any at all stretches the limits of the imagination. You grasp the door's handle and pull. You're greeted by what you just about expected. There's a sitting area to the left of your room. It's nothing special, just a couple of tables with some chairs around them. One of the tables is empty. The other, however, is not. A tall man is seated on one of the chairs, playing with what appears to be a knife in his hands. As soon as you step out, his gaze zooms in on you. Finally, he says in a grumpy tone. You're awake. Took you long enough. His voice sounds familiar to you, so you take a closer look at him. I gaze upon the man whilst I consume my druggies. Ah, this is a critical decision. Dum da dum. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay. Okay. So, this is deciding my orientation. Chessie's orientation. Me personally, I'm obviously leaning towards a sapphic persuasion, but I would also... I'm also considering being ace. Only into hot werewolves? Well, not only. I'm more open-minded than that. Let's see. What if I flipped a coin? Okay. Any werewolf. As long as it's a lady wolf, yes. If I get heads, it's ace. Wah! Oh, I got tails. I love me some Wimbin. Okay. From what you can tell, he is tall and muscular. His body that of a fighter. He has dark red hair cut short on the sides and the back of his head, a long ponytail flowing from the top down past his shoulders. His skin is fair and he's sporting a short beard. His eyes are a murky olive green, and at the moment they are sizing you up casually. You can't tell what he's thinking. You stare at each other for a moment, and then he kicks the chair next to him. Come on, girl, sit. Strassa will be back any second now. Strassa. That name rings a bell for some reason, but the recollection is dreamlike and faint. Do you know these men? Then the pieces click. Last night, mugging. Heroic rescuing by two men you couldn't even see. Strassa, the man holding you. So this must be the one who did all the fighting. You think you heard his name, but it's just out of your reach. Frustrating. You consider your choices. Should you go speak to him? Run for it? What if he's another bounty hunter? What if... Your line of thinking is cut short by a hand falling heavily upon your shoulder. It startles you badly and you whirl around in a flash. You're greeted by a pair of bright blue eyes surrounded by clear dark skin and framed by long dark brown locks caught up in a low ponytail. Stubble surrounds the man's lips, which are now stretched in a soft smile. Just like his companion, this man is clearly used to combat, but his build is more lithe and athletic compared to the muscles the other guy is sporting. You're awake! That's good. I was getting worried, he says with a low, smooth voice, and your eyes snap back to his face. His hand is still on your shoulder. You could still try to make a run for it if you wanted to, you think. The hand pushes gently on your shoulder, guiding you toward the table where his friend is sitting. Come, let's talk. You must be hungry. I'll have some food set up, he says after he has you securely seated in the chair. You and the redhead next to you look at each other fixedly. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. Strassa, then turns around and heads back down the stairs at the end of the sitting room. With him goes any kind of ease you might have hoped would remain in the room. The demeanor of the man next to you is not exactly friendly. He's not exactly hostile either, but you're not comfortable. double checking my traits. Bold or cautious? Stoic or playful? Actually, since there's a portrait gallery, let's take a peek. I don't know anyone yet! Fuck! Stay silent and look at anything but him. That's what I'm kind of feeling. I don't know. I like both of these two options. Should I flip a coin again? Yeah, no, I'll just stare at him. I'm just curious if that changed anything. Oh, I'm more bold! Sweet! You won't be the one to break the silence, and you won't cower from him either. So he wants to play the silent, intimidating card. Fine. But if he thinks you're gonna bend, he has another thing coming. The two of you are locked in a silent battle of wills for a few seconds, neither of your gazes breaking away from the other. Just when you think the tension has reached a tipping point, a smirk begins to form on his face. His eyes momentarily close as he begins to chuckle deeply. Ha! You win. He looked away first. You should learn to pick your battles, girl, he tells you in an entertained tone. He gets on your nerves. Who does he think he is to tell you that? Well, considering he saved your butt yesterday, best not to think too closely about it. I'm Mordecai, he says before you have the chance to reply. Save it until Strasza comes back, he cuts you off. Then you can tell us everything. Everything? What does he mean, everything? Surely not everything. But the eyes boring down on you so intensely tell you otherwise. You anxiously... Ooh. I get to pick the length of my hair now. Stares boldly. As no lass has stared before. I was kind of picturing, honestly, when I was creating, when I gave Chessie red hair, my closest like equivalent was Merida, and so like I'm just thinking like long but very frizzy and unkempt hair. But now I'm kind of tempted to buck the trend. I need to quickly, like, look up... like, get an idea for how these hairdos actually look. Okay. Okay. So, like, short cropped hair is almost like a pixie cut. Hmm. I'm gonna do shoulder length hair. What exactly are these men going to ask? And what are you prepared to tell them? You don't get to ponder the issue for long, however, as footsteps soon herald Strassa's return. He pulls up the chair on the other side of you, then sits down with a genial smile. Now then, food's on its way. How about we start with the introductions while we wait, hmm? He asks in a friendly tone. Oh boy, here you go. Wait a minute. I want to ask something first, Mordecai interrupts. You look at him quizzically. How's your head, girl? He asks this in a no-nonsense tone, like he knows for a fact that your head is damn sore. But how could he know that? It's an experience, you answer him uncertainly. Why do you ask? He suddenly grins widely, like the cat that got the canary. You don't remember anything from yesterday, then? He asked with childlike glee. Why is he looking at you like that? His delight has you very suspicious. You rummage through your brain, trying to recall something, anything, but nothing comes up. You remember blacking out in the alley, and then you had some strange dream where you had to save someone or something, but you can't remember what. That's it. Other than you two saving me from those thieves, no, nothing, you answer him earnestly. He looks at you blankly, then bursts out cackling like a lunatic. He slaps his hand on the table in his mirth. Mordecai, Strassa complains, looking pained. So you're telling me you don't remember heroically bursting into our room, distracting our assailants, and then epically falling on your face? The events from your dream come rushing back to you like a torrent. Mordecai's description of last night's debacle is the match that lights the fires of your memory. You missed! What actually happened? You exclaim in extreme disbelief. Mordecai laughs even louder. Yes, you may have actually saved our lives yesterday. We owe you a debt. Strassa cuts in seriously. That shuts Mordecai right up. I wouldn't go that far, he says after a moment. We did save her first, and last night we wouldn't have been killed. At best, she saved us from getting injured. That's all. He finishes with an imperious tone. Wow, who kicked his beehive? In any case, Strassa quickly intercedes, you have our thanks. What you did was nobly done. He inclines his head to you. That's... Somebody forgot to put in an extra quotation mark. Oh, well then. You're welcome. You did the same for me. Strassa nods his head and smiles. Mordecai just huffs and looks away. Grump. And not so grump. As you might have guessed, my name is Strassa, and this is Mordecai. We're new to Sharsport. Arrived just yesterday, in fact. You're the first person we've met here, other than the guards that opened the gates for us and the stable master that we sold our horses to. That's too much information, Strassa, Mordecai admonishes gruffly. In what universe is that too much information? She doesn't need to know what we're doing here. We need to know what she is doing here. All you can think about is your mule and the fact that you're parched. You've had nothing but water for who knows how long. What you wouldn't do for some... Jessie strikes me as a wine kind of gal. Wine. The drink of the gods as far as you're concerned. You wouldn't mind a mug or two at that. A mug or two of that. It's past midday already. You return your attention back to your saviors. They're both quietly staring at you. You clear your throat. Did you miss something? Sorry, what was that? You ask sheepishly. Your stomach chooses that exact moment to make its displeasure at its emptiness known. Loudly. You don't know what your face looks like afterwards, but Mordecai breaks out in a huge grin that seems a tad mocking. Strasza just smiles politely. Hungry, girl? The green-eyed man asks you teasingly. The food will be here any minute now, Strasza adds gently. Would you mind telling us your name? You think about it. Can you tell them the truth? There's a bounty out on you. They saved you yesterday, sure, but they didn't know you were a wanted criminal when they did that. Will their behavior toward you change if they find out? What if they did already know? What's the right thing to do here? Jessie, the fucking... Oh, what are they called? She wears her pantyhose on fire! She's a liar! You can't risk revealing your true name while there's a reward on your head. They might look nice enough now, but who knows what their motivation is. They might be looking to get a reward for saving you. Though admittedly that sounds a bit absurd after all the trouble they've gone through to help you. But still, until you can be certain of their intentions, it's better to err on the side of caution. So you lie your head off. My name is Alexis. I'm on a journey from Sven's Hollow to come and see my aunt here in Sharsport. She sent word that she is ill and needs help. Silence meets your words. That's not good. Both men stare at you blankly for a second. And then Mordecai breaks out in yet another grin. This one doesn't feel like a good grin, however. Sven's Hollow, you say? We passed that on the way here, didn't we, Strasza? Strasza gives no reply, still looking at you unblinkingly. Oh, smoo. It must have been your aunt, then, that put up this bounty, right? Mordecai sneers at you as he pulls a crinkled parchment out of the satchel hanging at his side. Your blood freezes in your veins. There, staring at you, is your mug in all its glory. That blasted thing. One little piece of paper that will decide whether you live or die. You just have a common visage, shaking my head. What is with all these guys? Real. I just have a real NPC-looking face. Your mind goes into overdrive, countless possibilities rushing through your panicked brain. What do? Do you make a run for it? What about Hansel? You still don't know where she is. Will these two attack you right inside this inn? Calm down, Strasza's low voice commands you, his tone adamant. You look at him, your eyes wide. We're not going to hand you in. We're not bounty hunters. It's a nice thing to say, but can you believe him? Mordecai interjects. An idiotic-looking guy with a squirrely voice came by the inn this morning and handed these out. Said you're wanted for murder. He doesn't know you're here. So why don't you tell us what's going on? The truth, this time. He does not sound happy at all. You couldn't care less about his questions. Your mind has latched onto only one thing, one name. Dorless. He's here. He's already here. How did he get here so fast? He could be downstairs right this minute, for all you know. He is here. All hope is lost. He has finally caught you. You are going to die. You're going to die. Darkness closes around the edges of your eyesight, and spots begin to swim in your vision. The loud sound of your gasping breath is all you can hear. But just when your terror reaches its crescendo, a pair of intense eyes force themselves into your line of vision. They are blue. Strauss's concerned face comes into focus, one of his hands reaching out to cup the back of your neck, the other grasping your hand tightly. You can't decide whether the contact is welcome at the moment or not, but his low, calm voice helps ground you. It's gonna be alright, friend. Everything's gonna be fine. Focus on my voice. Deep breath in, long breath out. Come on, breathe with me. He urges as his fingers press against you, exaggerating his own breathing to make you follow suit. After a few tense moments, it works. The world stops spinning, and the grayness that invaded your vision and leached away all other colors finally recedes. Your shaky breaths echo in your ears. You stare at the blue eyes of the man who helped you through the panic attack, and he smiles at you, the lines of worry easing out from his face. He releases your hand and neck. Before you can say anything, footsteps come up the stairs. A maid soon appears carrying a large tray filled with food. She doesn't seem to notice the tension surrounding the three of you, and she sets the tray down, leaving with a cheery, "Here you go, lovelies." You shakily reach out a hand toward the nearest goblet. You don't even care what's in it at this point. You bring it to your mouth, and while wonders never cease, it's wine. Thank the gods for small mercies. You take 3 big gulps in rapid succession, the action helping to calm you. You sneak a glance towards Strauss from behind the rim of your cup and find that his full attention is still on you. "You right there, girl?" Mordecai's voice breaks the silence, and you turn to look at him. He's smirking at you, but the smirk looks a bit strained around the edges. You simply nod at him in response, not trusting your voice just yet. "Why don't you tell us what the situation is, girl? We haven't turned you in, and we did save you," he says in a demanding tone. You take a deep breath. There are no other options. You doubt they will let you escape without an explanation. Time for a leap of faith. "My name is Chessie. I'm from Shadow's End, and the man after me is called Dorless. He accuses me of being a murderer, but he's the one that's a liar. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't! And now he is hunting me like a beast to take revenge for something that never happened. He's the one who lied." The truth bursts out of your lips like water from a broken dam, and the weight that has been crushing you this whole time lifts for a second. A second that feels like utter bliss. It's so freeing to finally say all this aloud, even if these two don't believe you in the end. You stare at Mordecai, and he stares back. His eyes bore into you like he's trying to determine the truth with his gaze alone. Your eyes nervously shift towards Strauss, and he graces you with a quick and reassuring smile. Well, if he's smiling, then that means he believes you, right? Right? A calloused hand falls gently on top of your own, and you startle. You zoom in on the palm covering your hand, its warm weight something real to focus on. You follow the arm it belongs to all the way back to Strauss's face. "I believe you," he tells you seriously. You can find no deceit in his earnest gaze. "What? He believes you? Why? Even you wouldn't believe yourself. Why should a complete stranger take your word over Dorless's? Especially when there's coin involved and he has nothing to gain by helping you." "Mordecai and I know what it's like to be falsely accused." You sneak a glance toward the redhead and find he is staring straight back at you. His face is drawn, but he looks determined. He says nothing, just gives you a curt nod. You turn your eyes back to Strauss, his hand still on top of your own. Gently, gingerly away. You get why he's doing this, you really do, but you're quite honestly not in the mood for it. You'd rather keep your acquaintance non-physical for the time being. You hope you haven't offended him, though. You glance at him and see he doesn't look upset or anything of the sort. His face is still serious, but you can detect no negativity coming from him. It looks like he doesn't have a problem respecting boundaries. That's always a good sign. He smiles at you again, and any doubts about his disposition are dispelled. You're still good. He starts speaking again. If you'd allow us, we would like to escort you to the docks. That's where you want to go, right? To get on a boat? We're heading that way ourselves. You'll be safer if we all stick together, don't you think? He offers amiably. All you can think is... What? A few minutes later. You have no idea how things turn out this way. You are fed and warm, and Hansel is following you contentedly after having spent a night in the stables. The amount of coin the men on either side of you have paid on your account truly boggles the mind. And you still have no idea why they're being so kind. Can they really be that generous even after you've explained to them that there's no way you can pay them back? Apparently they can. They even said they would pay for your boat fare. You honestly have no idea what to think about all this. It appeared like guardian angels sent down to help you. But can you really trust in this amazing stroke of good luck? Why not? Never look a gift mule in the mouth. In the mouth. Coffee. Something good is happening for once. Should you get grumpy and distrustful only on principle? You think not. If they turn out to be killers after your eternal soul or something else of the sort, well, life is like that sometimes. At least you'll go fed into the afterlife. That's always a win in your book. Your last big bang before oblivion. And you'll have tricked Dorless, too. Dying is bad, but dying at Dorless's hands is even worse. He'll take any other murderer any time of the day. And now you've spooked yourself. Lovely. You feel a shiver run down your spine, a cold chill seeping through your bones. Oh, man. You just had to go thinking about your own demise. Now you're gonna freak out again. You just know it. Or Dorless is gonna suddenly jump out at you. Or your protectors will abruptly decide they've had enough of you and try to dump you. And dump you. You try to look surreptitiously at them from behind your hood. The thing is so tightly drawn around you, you think it might strangle you. But you can't afford to have your features visible. That's asking for trouble. You just have to stay close to your new best friends. Let's look at relationships. Mordecai 5%, Strassa 11%. And what about my traits? I think I'm a little more playful. More deceptive. Am I more pragmatic? Eh. Can I see the portrait gallery yet? Ah! Man! Okay, so this is Mordecai. This is Strassa. Okay, okay. Character info. Still don't know my eye color. Let's catch Mordecai's eye this time. Your eyes meet under the hem of your hood. He looks pretty unconcerned about the situation. Of course, what is there for him to be worried about? It's not his life on the line here. Yet he keeps looking at you after your gazes meet, which is more than you'd expected. Did he notice that you're distressed? It couldn't be. But what if he did? Ah, I just look away. There's no way this brusque guy cares about your emotional state. He's probably worried you'll collapse and he'll have to carry you to stop Strassa's nagging. Yeah, that sounds more like him. You haven't known him for long, barely a morning, but you're not getting any caring, fuzzy vibes from him. No need to look for what's not there. You gather your cloak around yourself like armor and begin to walk faster. A rude voice breaks the silence, however, and stops you in your tracks. Smoo! Jesse! I finally found you! It crows triumphantly, and you feel your blood freeze in your veins. You turn your head as if in slow motion, everything around you decelerating. You spot him a few paces away from you. He is surrounded by 5 other men, all familiar faces from Shadow's End. All out for your head. Oh, hell no. You are 2 streets away from the docks, and now Dorless decides to appear? Why do the gods hate you so much? Before you have a chance to say anything, Strassa cuts in with a perfectly reasonable and friendly voice. You don't know why, but something in his affectation chills you to the bone. He directs his question toward Dorless. Can we help you, friend? Help me? Yes, you can help me! Help me apprehend the criminal hiding behind your backs! Hate Dorless! This man has no doors. You realize that both Mordecai and Strassa have moved casually to stand in front of you, shielding you from Dorless's eyes. If these 2 huge men forming a wall of flesh can be called casual, very inconspicuous. Criminal? What criminal? Strassa asks in a confused tone. You can't see anyone's face right now, but you sure would like to. The rat that is skulking right behind you! She is wanted for murder! Dorless screeches, outraged. Who, this? Strassa keeps on, moving as if he's pointing at you, but not actually letting Dorless see you. I'm sure my childhood friend has nothing to do with you. I'm pretty certain I'd have known if she was a murderer. I've known her all my life, after all. It is amazing how he can sound so calm and sincere while he's spouting off the worst case of nonsense you have ever heard. Your childhood Hey! Didn't I see you 2 at the inn? When I showed you the bounty, you said you had never seen her before. Uh-oh. Not even Dorless is buying it. Listen, friend. We told you that you got the wrong lass. So why don't you and your goons scram and leave us in peace? Mordecai growls, irritated. He has had enough of this game, it seems. Are you kidding me? Even if she's all covered in that cloak, I would know that mule anywhere! All pairs of eyes swivel to stare at Hansel, who is oblivious to all the attention she's getting, flicking her ears languidly. Smoo. That damn donkey. Mordecai grumples. Grumples? Mordecai grumples under his breath. He looks like he's a step away from drawing his sword. Would he actually attack Dorless on my account? He mused disbelievingly. We got the mule at the stables here in Sharsport. Who she belonged to before, I don't know. Strassa intercedes before his impatient friend can make a move. But she belongs to my companions and me now, and none of us is who you are looking for. You should try looking somewhere else, Strasza continues. His voice has gotten colder than it was a minute before. It appears even he can see this will probably turn ugly. A few moments pass in silence, no one saying anything. Mordecai lifts his right hand and rests it on the hilt of the great sword that is hanging from his back. You can see Strasza adjust his footing. Here comes. Fine! Dorlus yells in a shrill voice. You don't want to give her up. I'll find another way to get her. You'll regret this, he threatens. Then you hear the sound of feet running away. You can scarcely believe it. Two heads pivot around, blue and green eyes alike staring at you. No one moves. Then Mordecai snatches Hansel's reins violently from your slack hand, and Strasza grabs your shoulder and turns you around without much ado. He urges you silently forward, not letting go of your shoulder. You feel Mordecai's hand land on the small of your back, pushing you none too gently. It is in this fashion that the three of you rush down the remaining streets to the docks, poor Hansel scurrying after Mordecai. You go straight to the harbor master, and Strasza begins speaking with them. You have no idea what they're saying. All you can hear is a droning between your ears. A fat pouch of what must be coins is exchanged. You have no idea what amount your new friend has just paid to get all of you across. Two sets of hands reattach themselves to you, and you are practically shoved onto the waiting ship. Hansel brays in annoyance next to you. The boat's crew promptly completes the final preparations to leave the harbor. You think you see Dorlus's yellow hair among the heads going up and down the marina. You let out a loud, long breath. You made it. You actually made it. What the hell, girl? Mordecai grumbles from next to you, and Strasza just releases a relieved chuckle. This is it, then. You're almost there. Just beyond this shore, freedom is waiting for you. At long last. You can finally leave this whole mess behind you. You can finally live. It was all worth it. Damn, it's already 8 o'clock. I'm not quite sure how long this chapter is going to go on for. I'm not really feeling like going too long. We'll see. We'll see where we are at the end of this chapter. Chapter 3. You feel the warmth of a hand on the small of your back, guiding you somewhere. You're not really aware of your surroundings. Your mind races like the wind, but moves sluggishly at the same time. You are surrounded by voices. You can recognize the way they drum against your ears. The hand on your back moves away. That man will probably come after you first thing in the morning. Strasza addresses the elephant in the room. Why yes, thank you for the kind reminder. You feel so much calmer now that this crucial information is out in the open. Oh wait, no you don't! Okay, alright. Okay. Yes, I'm aware, you reply, bone-tired but also too stressed out to relax. If you could just fall asleep for the next millennia or so, that would be great, thanks. This prose is kind of striking me as, like... It's not quite as bad as, like, MCU dialogue. Or at least the stereotype of MCU dialogue. But... almost kind of like the writing style that kind of came before? I don't know how to describe it. The best example I can think of is like when... is in like that DreamWorks movie, Sinbad. where Sinbad was played by Brad Pitt. And, like, just... It's very quippy. It's very quippy prose. That's it. And I'm not sure I like it. I'm not sure if I'm vibing with it. Maybe. Strasza begins, then pauses for a second before he tries again. Which way are you headed after we cross the bay? He asks you hesitantly, glancing at Mordecai for a second. His red-haired friend provides no facial cues that could help you discern his thoughts. You think about what to say, and the implications of Strasza's question. Is he suggesting that what you think he's suggesting? You might as well ask to make sure. No reason to go and make a fool out of yourself because you've just assumed he is offering his and Mordecai's company once again. Do you mean... You start, but Mordecai cuts you off, butting in his usual lovable way. Why do you bother, Strasza? The girl obviously doesn't appreciate our company. He sounds angry with you, not that you particularly care. You open your mouth to answer him, but he abruptly stands up from his chair. Ugh, I need some air, he says, not even sparing you a glance before he turns around and leaves the galley. His sudden move startles you, and you stare after his retreating figure for a minute. Smoo, what is going on through that man's head? Maybe we should skip any further discussion for now. We can talk about it later. Though Strasza addresses you, trying to salvage the situation, you can see him sneaking worried glances toward the stairs where Mordecai disappeared. He obviously wants to follow him. Well, fine then. You're not going anywhere. You give him a terse nod, and he quickly rises from his seat. Strasza makes to take a step forward, then seems to hesitate. He turns his gaze toward you, and you can't decipher the look he's giving you. If you accept the offer, I won't ask you to tell us anything more about your past. I promise. Why? Why is he being so kind? There must be a reason. There has to be. He said that he and Mordecai had been through the same, but that can't be the only explanation. Is this just a mask? Will their true intentions be revealed later? You just can't figure it out. Why? You finally decide to ask him. You need to know. Being angry. Appreciate. Aloof. Kind of flat affect. Thank you, Moss, for the trifecta. Slurp. I can sit all goodly like. Hi, Frank! Welcome to story time! Alright. Good stretch. Ooh. Good stretch. Alright, to catch you up, we are a red-headed little lassie on the run from the authorities because we've been accused of murder. Soon I'll have enough for a custom frog. Oh, I believe in you. You can do it. Yeah, we're on the run from the authorities, accused of murder. This all takes place in, like, a pretty fantastical world. And they hate us because we're ginger. And we met up with a couple of adventuring guys who have decided to, like, look out for us. And we're basically being, like, mad suspicious. Ginger persecution, tale as old as time. Wah! My connection went red for a sec there. It says I've skipped frames, but nothing terrible. Anywho. What feels more chessy-like to me? Flat as a pancake. You have nothing to gain from helping me this much. Not that I can see, at least. But if there's something you want from me, I'd rather you tell me now. His face pinches in distaste when he hears your words. You can tell you have touched a nerve. So we get choices? Yeah! This is interactive fiction. Basically, I got this game, from a website that hosts a lot of, like, interactive stories. You know, choose your own adventure style, like YA and adult stories. Featuring many various genres and authors. Yeah. Must everything be reduced down to a transaction? He asks no one in particular, his voice dripping with aversion. Is there no gesture committed freely in this world that comes with no strings attached? You tell me, you answer. Is there? He just stares at you for a moment, not moving, taking in a deep breath. He lets it out slowly, probably his way of calming himself. Why is he getting so upset about this? It's a fair question. I helped you because I wanted to. Because it was the right thing to do. Because it made me feel good about myself. Take your pick. Whatever makes more sense to you. Ah, so it was simply a whim. That's your life's worth then. A passing man's flying fancy, there and gone again in a flash. No, you don't believe that. He's gone to great lengths to help you. Feeling good is also gaining something. Yeah. Coin aside, Strasza and Morkai have both put their lives on the line to protect you. Anything could have happened. Dorless could have chosen to fight, and something tells you if it had come to that, you wouldn't have ended up fighting Dorless alone. The two men on this boat with you would have stood up by your side. You're almost certain of this. And for what? Because they wanted to? Because it was the right thing to do? Because Strasza wanted to feel good about himself? You can't believe that. There must be another reason, something deeper. But you're obviously not going to get any answers. Your questions have agitated the up-till-now calm man, and you don't want to push your luck any further. You decide to let it drop. Very well, you concede. A tense silence falls over the two of you. Then Strasza gives you a terse nod, his face still drawn tight. I'm gonna find Morkai, he says, turning around without another word. You watch his back move further and further away from you until he disappears completely up the stairs. You let out a sigh of both relief and frustration. The conversation has left you restless. You need some time to think, to collect yourself. Just you. You're still alive. No matter what the cost may turn out to be, you're still alive. And that at least counts for something. Don't let a gift horse bite you or something. Maybe they're Dorless haters too, like the last guy. You head to the bunk that will serve as your bed for the rest of the trip. It's nothing much, barely a plank with something that resembles a threadbare sheet on it, but it's better than nothing, you guess. Though you shudder to think what kinds of diseases you might get from touching the stained cloth. What? Oh well. You'll keep all your garments on, cloak included, and hope for the best. It's either this or a chair, and you'd rather be horizontal at the moment. You know you slept through a night and a half of the day already, but apparently it wasn't enough. You still feel exhausted. Maybe pushing yourself so hard hasn't been the best of ideas, but what else were you supposed to do? Doorless waits for no one. So now you're ready to drop down like a log again. The world can wait for a few hours. You lay your satchel on top of the bunk and then get yourself into position. Pushing the satchel underneath your head, you try to use it as a makeshift pillow. It's kind of bumpy, but it'll do in a pinch. And this situation qualifies as a pinch. You try to get yourself to relax, and hope against hope that there'll be no dreams tonight. Hey, wake up! A hand grabs your shoulder and shakes you none too gently. You grudgingly open your crunchy-feeling eyes and stare and glare at Tristan. She should know better than to wake you up so rudely. You're best friends, so isn't she supposed to know that? Come on, get up! You'll freeze to death sleeping out here! You swat her helping hands away and get up on your own, irritated. You took too long, you accuse her, patting herself down to get rid of any stray leaves. The forest is damp and foggy, the crisp chill saturating your bones. The smell of pines all around you is intoxicating. You and Tristan have always come to this spot, ever since you were kids. Both of you are orphans. Both of you had been passed around like you were cheap mead. Sometimes you ended up in the same households, sometimes not, but you were always there for each other. When Bane started bullying you, she was there for you. When she told everyone that she wanted to be called she instead of he, you were there for her. You were each other's family, even when everyone else hated you. And now she apparently has something important to tell you. You look at her expectantly, and she pulls out a bundle of cloth from her coat pocket. It looks old, and she unwraps it gently with the care of a mother. The suspense is killing you. Inside are 2 rings, both of them old but well made, shining in the cold light. They belong to my mother and father. It's all I have left of them. They're my most important possessions, Tristan tells you in a choked voice. Huh. You didn't know she had these. A part of you wonders why she never told you before. She's not done talking, however. I'm gonna offer one of them to Doorless. Her sudden words punch the air out of your lungs, and your mind fills with white static. You can feel your eyes bug out of your head. Doorless? I know you don't like him. That's why I never said anything. But I'm in love with him, Chessie. He's not as bad as you think. You seriously doubt that? Doorless is nothing but a sniveling coward who follows Bane around like a puppy. He never does anything to help when Bane is tormenting you and Tristan. The mere thought that she likes him is unfathomable, much less loves him. What did you just say? Those words did not come out of your mouth. Both you and Tristan gasp and wisp your head around to find Bane on the path behind you, his face red with rage. And drink. He's already drunk, and it's not even midday yet. This is gonna get ugly. Rings better be cursed with divorced! Yuri. How goes the spookums? It's not that spooky. It's a fantasy story. So far we're having a flashback. take Tristan's hand and walk away from him without a word. I'm just more used to spookums for story time or Jesus. God damn it. Responding to Bane, especially when he's like this, has never yielded any good results. Your best bet is to ignore him and remove yourselves from the situation. You only hope he's drunk enough that he won't try and stop you. You turn your back to him and start to lead Tristan the other way, deeper into the forest. Don't ignore me, you strays! I'm talking to you! He roars at your backs. His heavy footsteps announce that he's coming after you. Smoo! You briefly consider whether you should run or face him, but Tristan makes the decision for you. She stops walking abruptly, turning around and addressing the furious man. Bane, won't you please just drop it? We weren't doing anything! She tries to reason with the brute. A horrible waste of perfectly good spit, in your opinion. His massive frame looms over you, his nostrils flaring from his rush to catch up with you. What do you got there? He asks instead of answering her, his giant paw reaching for the bundle of cloth in her hands. She brings it up to her chest protectively, taking a step back. You take a step forward instead. You stand right in Bane's face, not attacking but not retreating either. You won't let him touch Tristan. An arm as big as a tree trunk shoots out and pushes against your shoulder hard. You can feel the impact rattle your bones. That's gonna bruise. He proceeds to grab you by your coat, lifting you up until your feet are barely touching the ground. He may be an idiot, but he's built like a mountain, damn him. You grab the hand holding you just as Tristan grabs his arm to pull him off you. Bane dislodges her with little effort. He lets go of you and then punches her in the stomach, sending her flying backward. A sickening crack echoes all around you as Tristan's head collides with the trunk of a tree that was in the path of her fall. No! You scream desperately, pushing against Bane to make him move, but you needn't have bothered. He takes one glance at Tristan's limp body and takes off running. You rush to your crumpled friend, the sound of your heartbeat in your ears overpowering all other sounds. You reach her and take her in your arms jerkily, lifting her head from where it is hanging limp in front of her chest. The bark behind her is painted in dark red. You can feel hot tears running down your numb face, your breath misting in front of you. You take her chin in your hands and look at her face. Her eyes are dazed, unfocused, confused, like she can't see you. Tristan? You ask in a small voice, smaller than it's been in years, ever since you were but a child crying for the parents you missed. Her head jerks in your grasp, like she's heard your voice and recognizes it. Her blind eyes try to find your face, but fail. Jesse, she begs you softly, and in this moment you feel you would give her anything. Anything to make her stay. The forest around you has gone quiet, as if paying a moment of respect to the flickering light of her soul. You can hear nothing but her quick, panicked breathing, which grows fainter by the moment. Tristan! You call out to her again, but she doesn't respond. Her hands have grown slick, scarlet droplets running down your gloves. Her chest rises and falls with her breaths. 1 time, 2 times. There's no sound but that of her breathing. Her chest falls still. Her breathing stops. All the sound that you had up until now thought was muted rushes back into your ears, a cacophony of screeches blasting against your eardrums. You can't hear her breaths anymore. Her glassy eyes stare at nothing. You crush her against your chest with all your might, and you cry of despair, and your cry of despair mingles with the sounds of the forest. Your tears become one with the mist surrounding you as you howl at the unfairness of this world. She's gone. Your best friend is dead. and all happiness is dead with her. You wake up with a start, your throat clogged up with a howl you refuse to release. With your heart beating erratically inside your chest, you look around, panicked, and slowly recognize where you are. Sharsport, Morkai and Strassa, the boat. You take in quick, sharp breaths, trying to calm yourself. It was a dream. Nothing but a dream. It can't hurt you anymore. Tristan is already gone. And no matter what you do, she's never coming back. It's done. And it's all your fault. If she wasn't already dead, then crushing her against your chest absolutely will. You can't sleep anymore, even if you wanted to, so you decide to go up on the deck for a while. Maybe some fresh air will help you clear your head. The strong smell of the sea hits your nostrils before you even begin ascending the stairs that will take you up. When you finally emerge from the bowels of the barge, the sky above you is bathed in the reds and oranges and purples of an impending sunset. It's beautiful, you think. You look around and spot Morkai and Strassa at the bow of the ship, and you decide to head for the stern. You need to be by yourself, and you're not all that sure your company would be welcome right now. You lean on the railing and look back toward Sharsport. That stinky town gave you nothing but trouble. You're glad to be away from it, even if it means you have to brave siren-infested waters to get away. The price is worth paying. What's a little danger if it can promise you your freedom in the end? Besides, the sun is still up. It will still be up by the time you reach land. There's nothing to worry about. The sleazy harbor master said sirens only come out at night, and you doubt that man would ever say anything to jeopardize his patronage. Besides, lying about killer creatures that may or may not kill and eat your customers seems like a bad business model to you. A light breeze begins to pick up, and you wrap your cloak more securely around you. The cold is starting to bite, and you wonder whether it might be a better idea to head back down below. You're starting to feel uncomfortable, and it's not only because of the wind that's picking up speed, making the sailors around you chatter with nervousness. Never coming back? Isn't this fantasy? Have you even tried necromancy or maybe revivify? Oh, sirens! Your apprehension intensifies. What is this dread weaving its path around your bones? It's completely unfounded. A little bit of wind does not warrant this kind of... Your thoughts screech to an abrupt halt. It can't be. You're hearing things. You close your eyes and try to block out the increasingly worried voices of the sailors. For a few seconds, there's nothing. Then you hear it again. A whisper of a whisper. Words carried on top of the wind's howl. Words carrying power and deadly intent. You can feel them crawl all over your skin, hair-thin snakes twisting themselves around your flesh. You can't make out what the words are saying, only their purpose. You turn your head toward the bow of the ship and see black clouds slicing their way across the horizon. The clouds are coming right for you, riding on the back of winds that are now buffeting your boat with their fury. The sailors are not simply agitated anymore. They are flying around all over the ship, preparing for a storm that has come out of nowhere. The malicious whispers grow louder, loud enough to be heard over the roar of the churning sea. Your eyes lock with Strassa and Morkai's across the ship. Oh, Smoo! You knew this was too good to be true. Accidental rhyming. At the capital city. Meanwhile, back in town... Coffee. Manacle stands upon the top of his ivory tower. All of Knam priest of Knam 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 all of Knam priest spread out beneath his feet. Nothing could be heard but the ferocious roar of a wind so cold it could claim limbs in minutes. No citizen can be seen on the streets of the city, everyone having retreated into the relative safety of their homes. They know better than to be out and about when the Lord of all is practicing his sorcery. The gray twilight that is the city's constant companion has turned into a deep darkness. Black clouds boiling overhead steal what meager illumination the city has. Torches are lit, but they do little to stave off the oppressive gloom. It is said that evil things stalk the streets of Knam Priest at night. A ridiculous rumor. Evil always stalks this city. It is the place evil calls home, and there is nothing anyone can do to change this. The storm carries with it Manacle's will, the eldritch words of power spewing forth from his lips with the force of avenging demons. They will reach their destination. The Lord of all knows this. He has foreseen it. This is such a bloodborne paragraph. Hi, Maple. Welcome to story time. Manacle holds his black saber out in front of him, the blade held parallel to his body. The onyx soulstone pulses with immense bursts of power that would have ripped any ordinary man off his feet. But Manacle is not an ordinary man. He keeps his red eyes closed. All that he needs to see is clear in his mind's eye. He sees the decrepit town of Sharsport, where the lost and the broken converge. And beyond that, across the treacherous waters of the bay, he sees a little barge holding the pieces that will bring him one step closer to completing his grand design. The plan that he has cultivated over millennia. The plan that will at last give him dominion over all, not just of this country, but of the entire known world. Everyone will bow to his design. All he has to do is set the pieces in motion. He has waited for this long enough. He has pushed and pushed the Soul Stone to give clearer, stronger visions of the future. And it has. The cost it has extracted from him in return is worth it. But despite all its might, the Onyx could not tell him when the perfect time would come. So he had waited, bided his time, made sure that he would find out the moment they appeared. And his patience has paid off. All it is left is one last little move, one last pawn to be locked into place. Manacle grins, his lips stretched in a beautiful smile that promises nothing but horror. This is going to be too easy. Story time with all of her friends. Yeah. You rush across the wooden planks as quickly as the wobbling ship will allow, trying to reach the men standing across the boat. Both of them are on the move, their long legs taking big strides to get to you. After what appears to be forever, you are finally within arm's reach. But just as Strassel holds out his hand to you, the barge shudders as if from some great impact. The crashing and splintering sound loud enough to be heard over the storm and the cries of men. You very nearly lose your footing, but manage to hold on. You and your saviors at last meeting up with each other. What the hell is happening? Mordecai tries to yell over the discord, and you look helplessly at them both. You can still feel the words of power over your skin, but there's nothing you can do about it. What would cause such a storm? And why? You open your mouth to tell Mordecai you don't know when the winds suddenly cease their assault, poofing out of existence as if they had never been there. The silence is deafening in their absence. You, Strassa, and Morkai stare at each other, dumbfounded. This is but the lull before an even greater storm to come. You are certain of it. You hold your breath, waiting for it to come. The captain of the barge is yelling orders at his men, demanding that they go below decks and check on the hull. The ship has stopped moving completely, almost as if a giant invisible hand has taken hold of it and is not letting go. The black clouds above are still roiling around languidly, covering all traces of the sun. It's almost pitch dark around you. The sailors have lit torches, but the lights aren't doing much. Rubs hands together with evil intentions. About to twirl my mustache here. I can't imagine this story as anything besides Lovecraftian Moby Dick. We're still a bit early. This is only chapter 3. Basically, we are a framed fugitive on the run from authorities after being accused of murder. I assume it's the murder of our childhood best friend? Moby Dick is already kind of Lovecraftian? Wait, you're right, though. Let's see. You woodenly begin to walk toward the railing, every single part of you apprehensive. Where are you going? Morkai asks, and his voice sounds strained to your ears. You finally reach your destination and gingerly look below. The water is quiet, completely still. Light comes up to you from behind. Your eyes dart away from the depths for a second, and you see that Morkai and Strassa have come to join you. The latter holds a torch in his hand. What is it? Morkai asks. Do you see anything? He doesn't sound thrilled at the prospect, and frankly neither are you. Yet the words of the harbor master are clanging around in your head, haunting you. The sirens only come out at night. You look at the black above you and at the black beneath you. I think, you begin to say, but then you are struck with mounting dread. This kind of strikes me as, like, a false choice. Like, I'm not entirely sure what this is meant to impact. Interesting. Getting framed is always a good hook. I mean, isn't the Call of Cthulhu low-key kind of like Moby Dick? Super Mario Sunshine did it. Gingerly look. They're already ginger. All their looks are gingerly. I kind of like this one because it's more vivid. My eyes go blind with the strength of the vision. Images of sharp teeth, huge claws, and torn flesh. Sirens! You don't know how much time you have to prepare, if any at all. You have to warn the others. You're all just standing here like sitting ducks. You're not sure what is fact and what is fiction concerning sirens. The tales about them are so varied. Some describe them as beautiful maidens, sent to guide the souls of the drowned to the underworld. Others say they're nothing but bloodthirsty beasts that lurk in waiting, eager to snatch up any unlucky creature that comes their way. There's only one common denominator in all the stories, however. Their song will lure anyone close enough to hear it. If you're not already dying when it reaches your ears, then you soon will be. They may be maidens that will ferry your soul to the underworld, but if your soul isn't ready yet, they'll do the reaping for you. Their appearance spells out certain doom. Guys, we need to knock ourselves out! I feel like 2 summoned sirens. Guys, trust me, we gotta knock ourselves out. This choose your own adventure format reminds me of this game Creatures Such as We I played on my first Android phone. Cool. Sirens? I remember those from Shantae. I actually have yet to play that game. It's in my backlog. Let's see. The third one is just silly. There's no way that's happening. I'm not sure if we have enough time to tie ourselves down, so... Coverers! If you can't hear the song, then the sirens can't enthrall you. If you can find something to cover your ears with, some wax, cloth, or something, then you'll be able to resist their influence. You'll be safe. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Kronk voice. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. This is a good plan. Strassa looks at you with a pained expression, and Mordecai looks like he's about to blow up. His face is drawn so tight. It's a good plan, Strassa tells you, but what the hell are we going to cover them with? Do you see anything available around? You quickly scan your environment and realize Mordecai is right. What else are we supposed to do then? You yell right back at his face. He doesn't respond. He takes a step away from you and unsheaths his greatsword in one go. Strassa does the same on the other side of you. You start praying to the gods, girl. That's what you do. Well, Smoo. There must be something. You think desperately, but it's already too late. All of a sudden, a sweet, eerie melody fills the air. This is it. You're all fish food. Marry me again. Oh god, they're gonna have to knock themselves out. Smoo! You yell as you bring your hands up to cover your ears, knowing deep down that it is useless. Smoo, by the way, is a customized expletive that I entered at the beginning of the story. One by one, you watch men stumbling forward in jerky movements, caught in a deadly trance they can't resist. Their feet bring them closer and closer to the railings. Your brain has gotten fuzzy and heavy within you, and your limbs are weighed down. You turn your head helplessly, looking down the railing at the abyssal water. The song is keeping you immobilized, telling you to stay right where you are. What a good human. It will all be over soon. You will be safe. You will be loved. Nothing will hurt you anymore. You let out a long, relieved breath. You'd like that. You fought long enough, hard enough. You can rest now. Oh, crud. I thought this was supposed to be a bad thing. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised I haven't gotten a death endings yet. You'll see Tristan and Mother again. They're there beneath the water, waiting for you. It's all gonna be alright. It's all gonna be alright. You watch happily, a content smile stretching your lips, as giant fins emerge from the water, followed by a gray, slimy head. Huge yellow eyes pin you in place. Then another head emerges. Then another, and another. So many of them, you know they have the barge surrounded. Every person on deck is standing motionless next to the railings, the song still suffusing their thoughts. Their eyes are glued to the grotesque creatures below. Long, spindly arms reach out, and huge claws stab their way through the hull of the ship. The sirens slowly, inexorably drag themselves up, each thunk of their claws into the wood, bringing them closer to their enthralled victims. They're almost here. their mouths open, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. They are smiling at you. Then, suddenly, unexpectedly, the song ceases. Its loss leaves you disoriented for a moment, and you take a stumbling step away from the railing. Turning around, you see that Mordecai and Strassa have done the same. You'd completely forgotten about them. Dread fills your veins. The three of you can't possibly drive back all these sirens alone. The others around you are still enchanted for some reason. And then the reason reveals itself. Oh no, affirmation sirens! Imagine hearing a siren song in the Greek ages. If they were singing Radiohead melodies in 500 BC, I too would fold. A tall blonde woman comes running up the stairs that lead to the galley, her right hand wielding a slender short sword and her left wreathed in flames. Without pause, she rushes to the railings farthest from you, and bursts of fire shoot out of her palm. She lets out a yell, and her fingers stop producing flames. Instead, her hands begin to move around her body in cyclical movements, guiding the flames she conjured to start spiraling around the ship's hull. Ungodly screeches of pain and anger fill the air, the smell of burning fish strong. But it's not enough to kill all of the sirens. The ones closest to you finally make it onto the ship, their strong legs propelling them toward you. Huh. You'd have thought they'd have tails instead of legs. Your mind helpfully supplies before you are forced to fight for your life. Rip and tear until it is done! This is no time to dawdle. It's either you or these conniving beasts. You haven't come this far to get eaten while only a step away from freedom. You haven't come this far to get eaten, period. You unsheath your trusty dagger, ready to attack. It's not the ideal weapon for this, because you'll have to get pretty close to the beast to attack them, and those claws look mighty sharp. But you'll make do. You're angry enough to take them on with your bare hands if you have to. Sirens aren't cannibalism. Let me take a peek at my stats. See what has shifted. I got a wisdom and combat buff. I think I got a boldness buff. Cool. What about relationships? Okay, it's the same as it was before. 5 and 11%. You launch yourself at the closest siren, agilely evading the claw trying to slash you open. You dodge to the left, then immediately strike. Your blade goes through rubbery, slimy flesh, and the blood that coats your hand is dark and thick. It is so disgusting that if your life were not on the line, you might have gagged. As it is, you quickly pull your blade out, the monster screaming as you do. This fight is not over yet, though. The creature is quite nimble, considering it isn't land-based. It pounces on you in a flash, and pushes you to the deck's floor. A clawed hand raises itself above your head, ready to impale you. You waste no time. Striking out with your dagger, you stab it once more in the ribs. It screeches, instinctively leaning away from you. You immediately lift your legs and hook them around the thing's body, trying to unbalance it, and in its weakened state, you succeed. The creature falls back. You scramble to get up and finish the job, but your battle is abruptly ended when a mighty swing from a great sword takes the monster's head clean off. Mordecai has just stolen your kill! You don't have time to debate this, however. There are enough sirens for all. Between your dagger, Mordecai's sword, and Strassa's spear, your side of the ship is quickly cleared of all sirens. Your breath comes heavily out of your lungs, the fear and adrenaline of the battle still saturating your nerves. Then a discordant screech coming from the other side of the ship reminds you that this battle is not yet over. Time to see if your mysterious savior needs a hand in finishing things off. And may the gods remain at your side. Okay. The end of Chapter 3. We have gotten so far in terms of graphics. The only way forward is text adventures. Yeah! Yeah, I think I have one more chapter in me. I am getting hungry. Hungry. Chapter 4. You snap your head around to witness the blonde woman thrusting her short sword through the head of the final siren standing on her side of the ship. Yanking her weapon back out, she says, "Yuck!" and swings it sharply to get rid of the excess blood. Then she suddenly stops, turning her head to look at you, and you realize that you and your new friends have been staring at her. Her full lips quickly form a mischievous smile that borders on inappropriate, considering all that happened. "Well," she says, "that was exciting, wasn't it?" She sounds like she actually means it, too. You can feel your eyes bulge out of their sockets at her flippancy, a single thought going through your mind. Mordecai is the one who voices it first. "Who the hell are you?" The woman smirks, her rosy lips curving in a way that feels almost mocking. "Isn't it obvious?" she asks. "I'm the woman that just saved your lives." "I wouldn't go that far," Mordecai answers woodenly, scanning the woman from head to toe. She is tall, very much so, with a faint sprinkling of freckles over her cheeks and nose. Her hair is long and blonde. It is kept in place with multiple tiny braids on the right side of her head, while the golden mane on the left side hangs loose all the way to her waist. She saunters closer to the three of you, with a swagger, her eyes taking you all in with as much intensity as Mordecai's scrutinizing gaze. When she's close enough, the torchlight reveals that her eyes are a shade of gray, and she has ears. Long ears. Elf ears! She's an elf! You try not to stare at her, but you can't help being curious. This is the first time you've seen an elf up close. And aren't elves supposed to be small and petite? There's nothing small or petite about this woman. You move your eyes back to her face and find her staring at you with lowered lids. "Like what you see?" she asks teasingly, her tone low. You clear your throat. "You helped, that's true, but we still took care of our half of the ship," Mordecai insists, completely ignoring the woman's question. She shifts her eyes back to the redhead, her smiling mouth promising nothing but trouble. Fun story time, Issy. I don't think I've got another chapter in me, though. Good night. Night-night, cookware. Nighty-nighty-night. Whoa, elf. Oh, and it didn't occur to you that suddenly being able to overcome the siren's song is not something you'd normally be capable of? The woman asks. She tilts her head at Mordecai mockingly. He clenches his jaw in response, but keeps his composure. If him opening up holes in his teeth from all that clenching can be called composure, personally, you'd say no, it cannot. Then again, you're biased. Strassa attempts to change the conversation's direction. "Maybe we could..." He begins, but cuts himself off abruptly. All four of you snap your heads upward, watching uneasily as the black clouds that cover the sky suddenly dissolve into nothingness. Their departure is as disturbing as their arrival had been. The soft orange rays of the dying sun illuminate the barge around you, highlighting the black blood and siren corpses littered around the deck. The woman scrunches up her nose as she takes in the carnage. "Hey! Hey, you four!" a crewman yells at you. He looks marginally better dressed than the other sailors. He must be the captain or something. "Come help us get rid of the bloody corpses!" he shrieks almost hysterically. "And we need to check the hull, too! We could be bloody sinking!" The other people on deck with you all look stunned and disoriented. Some are sporting long gashes over their arms and legs. The siren managed to get a few of them. No fatalities, though. You should count all your blessings and give this woman a medal as far as you're concerned. Then a terrible thought strikes you. Hansel! You dash toward the stairs without another word, all your attention focused on getting to your lifelong friend as quickly as possible. What if she got hurt when the barge crashed against whatever it was? You don't know what you'll do if something has happened to her. She's all you have. You distantly hear the woman ask, Who's Hansel? In a puzzled voice. That damn dog! Now that's a voice. You should have heard me do, Doorless earlier. I was trying to ham it up. You reach the space where Hansel was taken, your heart lodged in your throat. She's here, standing against one of the walls and looking decidedly shaken. Her eyes are wide open, her stature ramrod straight and stiff. Oh no, the poor darling. You go to her slowly, speaking in a calm voice and trying to get her to relax. You spend a few minutes with her like that, taking comfort from her presence. You'd thought your ordeal up until now was crazy. Boy, you had no idea what was in store, did you? Oh, she's your lady friend, isn't she? The voice coming from behind startles you, and you sharply turn around. The blonde woman is leaning against the doorway to the cargo hold, her posture relaxed and friendly. The smile she's giving you looks more genuine than her earlier ones. You take a moment to watch her more closely. She is wearing a white low-cut shirt with a corset underneath and a long skirt that hugs her hips but opens up at the side, showing the pants she has underneath. You wonder if she has ever tripped on that skirt while trying to run. Probably not, though. Despite her size, she doesn't look like she has a problem with agility. You realize that you have been staring a bit longer than is considered polite, and you've been doing it silently at that. Way to go, Chessie. You dare to lift your eyes to her face and find her grinning at you. Her eyes are wicked as she looks at you. She pushes away from the doorway with exaggerated care, making sure to thrust her ample chest forward for better display. You swallow nervously. She prowls toward you like a predator stalks prey, and you think maybe you'd have liked it if there were more people with you right now. You'd even take Mordecai and Strasso for being alone right now, except not really. Fluffy! Hi, Fluffy! Hello. How was stream? Hope you had good. What? I am reading story. Did not go well. Oh no. Well, you have come for story time. I am reading a story. Got too scared, had to stop. I see. Well, thankfully for you, this is not a scary story. Oops. Well, you gotta take care of yourself, friendo. Is it? No, not really. It's mainly, you know, magic and sword and sorcery kind of setting, genre. Anyway, she is now standing in front of you, close enough that you can smell her. Her scent reminds you vaguely of fruit for some reason. Oh, I was thinking of fruit in a different way. What? No! Now's not the time for that! Focus on the task at hand. Wait, what was that again? I'm Dalen, the woman tells you in a honey-sweet voice, leaning a bit toward you. Not quite invading your personal space, but getting pretty close to it. You consider taking a step back if your mule weren't standing in your way. What's your name, Pretty Eyes? Pretty Eyes? You haven't heard that one before. And you don't think your eyes are particularly notable. Their color is... none of these! Gotta be a little thrilling, at least. Well, of course. It's adventure. Brown. Because brown eyes need more love. Their color is brown. Nothing all that special in your opinion, but that's just you. Maybe she does find them beautiful. Or maybe she's just flattering you. You have no idea why she would want to do that. It's not like you've got anything she might ever want. You're barely pulling your weight as it is. Best not to think about that, though. You clear your throat. I'm Chessie, and this is Hansel, you add with a nod toward your uneasy steed. The grin on the elf's lips grows bigger. Well, I'm very pleased to meet you, Chessie. Hansel, too. She doesn't look toward the mule at all her attention focused on you. It kind of makes you uncomfortable, to be honest. What is she looking for? You try to change the subject. Did you really use magic to muffle the siren's song? You ask her curiously. Of course, she replies. How else would we still be alive? Her smile shifts a bit, gaining a mysterious quality. Her eyes grow hooded, as if she is thinking of something only she knows about. Suspicious. Or you've just become paranoid. That's also a distinct possibility. After everything that's happened, who would blame you? So as soon as you heard it, you cast a spell to protect yourself. I was asleep when it began, so that must have helped me to resist it at the beginning, too. You frown at her words. Asleep? Through all the racket that was going on? Roaring winds, the barge crashing against something? She slept through all of that? I'm a heavy sleeper. Also, I use medicinal tea to help me relax. It knocks me right out. She answers your unasked question. Huh. Well, thank you for your help, Dalen. You saved everyone's life. We all owe you a debt. That seems to pique her interest. She leans even closer to you, this time definitely invading your personal space. Her shiny hair falls over her shoulder with the motion, its color as deep as burnished gold. Heavy eater. Just like me. Her gray eyes sparkle devilishly in the faint light of the torches. You are most welcome, pretty eyes. I accept kisses as payment. You unexpectedly choke on your own spit. She accepts what now? You look at her, wild-eyed, trying to determine if she's messing with you. Her smirk reveals nothing. Many options here. Oh yeah? Is he sleeps deeply? Do I get change back? Let's see. Let me double check my stats. Pragmatic, a bit playful, a bit bold, fairly deceptive. Okay. Wait, no. Return to game. A kiss? Where exactly? I reply slyly, the idea not at all displeasing. Your lips curl into an inviting smile, and you strike what you hope is an inviting pose. You'd very much like a chance to kiss this gorgeous woman. You don't know what her endgame is, but what would be the harm in one kiss? Unless she's mocking you, of course. That wouldn't be nice at all. You doubt that's the case, though. Her eyes sparkle as soon as you ask your question, her eyelashes lowering. She looks very pleased with the situation, which is a good thing because you are too. Where would you like to? She asks you playfully, challengingly. Her voice sounds huskier than it did a moment before. Oh dear, is this actually gonna happen? Where would you let me? Your voice is giddy with anticipation. You can't stop staring at her lips. They look so soft and full, cherry red. Smooth! How about... here, she whispers, bridging the minuscule gap between you. Your bodies are almost touching, her lips closing in on yours with intent, her eyes daring you to move away. As if you're almost rooted to the spot, and your heart is racing inside your chest. Hey, that sounds good. Maybe we can get some compound interest. A Twixter? I imagine the obnoxious cartoon kissing sound effect. Then the moment of truth comes. You feel her breath against your skin, and you tilt your head eagerly. Her eyes start to close. Your eyes start to close. Her gaze is making you dizzy. You can't hold it any longer. Just another second. Elf, where the hell did you go? Mordecai's outraged voice slices through the moment with the force of a volcanic eruption. You jump in surprise, and even Hansel brays in dismay. Between the mule and Mordecai's bellow, the moment is utterly and thoroughly ruined. Daylin pulls back from you, her presence no longer sizzling you with its intensity. It must be very handy to have that skill. Just turn the smolder on and off on demand. You still feel completely off balance yourself. You offered a kiss. I'm just redeeming the offer. No! Shall we go back to the Red Grouch before he brings the sirens back with his ungodly screaming? She asks you. They might think it's a mating call or something. You burst out laughing, the absurdity of that mental image too much for you. She smirks at you in return, her hand reaching out and softly taking hold of the sleeve of your tunic. Your laughter stops abruptly as your eyes focus on where her fingers are gripping your sleeve. Come on, she says, pulling you along and heading back upstairs. You're still staring at her hand, her gentle grasp touching you but not. It is as tangible as if it were a steel manacle around your wrist. Oh dear, this could mean trouble. Well, now I wonder. Relationships. 10%, okay, we're getting there. I got one flirt, Mance. Do we have her portrait? Ah! Arthur! Hello, Raiders! Welcome, welcome. I am playing a little, choose-your-own-adventure story. It's all fantasy, and we were getting kinda steamy with a pretty elf lady. But then we got lip blocked? Choose your own romance? Not quite. It's mainly fantasy, but, you know, she's very flirtatious, and we are so ever very gay. Both me and our character, our protagonist. Let's see, portrait. Okay, that's Mordecai. That's Strassa. Ah, here she is. She vaguely reminds me of, Kira from The Dark Crystal. Not quite as pale blonde, but, like, something about her facial structure. And also, like, her ears just being splayed out like that. Okay. Yeah, our name is Chessie. We are ginger. We got brown eyes. We're from a place called Shadow's End, where we have a mule named Hansel. Choose your own fling, gotcha. Now that you say it, fair honestly, yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it. By the way, Arthur, how was your stream? I hope you had a great time with whatever you got up to tonight. If you gotta do some after-stream care. I will not fault you at all. This is probably the last chapter I'm reading for the night, too, honestly. Stream was great. We were reading The Devil's Dictionary. Oh, I'm not familiar. The Dark Crystal Cinematic Universe never stops winning with you people. What is that supposed to mean? Oh yeah, and we're also being framed for murder, so we are a fugitive on the run. We just killed a heckin' fuck ton of sirens, and I've been tagging along with a couple of adventurer dudes. Early 1900s satire and cynicism, unfortunately still very relevant. Ah. Okay. You arrive on deck just in time to see what appears to be an exact replica of Daylin disappear into thin air. Morkai is standing next to where the illusion used to be, glaring at the spot where it had stood as if it personally offended him. As soon as you are within his sight, he snaps his head around to glare contemptuously at Daylin. "You think you're so smart, don't you?" He spits at her, his voice conveying complete and utter disgust. The elf, for her part, doesn't seem particularly intimidated by his behavior. Instead, she smiles at him flirtatiously. "Fooled you, didn't I, sourpuss?" You could cut the silence that follows that comment with a knife. Morkai's face is a grimace of shocked disbelief. Daylin's a devious leer. You, for your part, take a step away from the woman, just in case the redhead decides to lunge or something. "What did you just call me?" he asks, seething, his hands clenching into fists. You look around for Strasza. He'd be useful at defusing this powder keg waiting to explode. You spot him at the other end of the ship, still busy with unloading sirens. "Smoo, it's all up to you. But do you even want to do something about this situation?" Bro is seething. Gelflings. Let's see. This is gonna be good. Just let it unfold naturally. With no small amount of glee, you wonder if this will actually escalate, and who would come out on top if it did. You've seen Morkai fight, and it was brutal. But the elf was not so bad herself a few minutes ago. And she has magic that she obviously knows how to use. A draw, maybe? Or maybe Strasza will finally intervene before it comes to that. A seagull squawks overhead. A sailor grunts a few meters away as he tosses a siren corpse overboard. Daylin shifts next to you, but stays quiet, waiting. Morkai is pinning her with his glare, and she suggestively bites her lip in response. Then all of a sudden, Morkai relaxes, his tight pose unwinding. His eyes lose their killer glare, and he smirks at Daylin and crosses his arms in front of his chest. "You want me to react to you. Therefore, sorry, but you're not getting it," he informs her archly, his voice and expression self-satisfied. Daylin puffs out a disappointed breath. "Aw, that's a pity. Are you all barking no bite, then? I like some fire in my men." Daylin's grin is entirely diabolical as she says this. Does she have a death wish? And after he backed down, too. "What did you just say to me?" Morkai roars, apparently attempting to murder her with his gaze alone. His eyes are almost shooting firebolts out of their green depths, and you are surprised the woman isn't instantly incinerated. On the contrary, she looks very satisfied with herself for some reason. "Not the power scaler!" "So this is really how you want to play it," Morkai tells Daylin, a statement and not a question. She lifts her chin defiantly and beckons him closer with a crooked finger. "Give me all you've got, sourpuss," she purrs. Well, here it comes. Mordecai begins to move forward, his eyes fixed on the unapologetic elf. You consider your escape routes. You don't want to get caught up in whatever this is. You take a step to the left, then another, and then you collide with a solid chest. You quickly turn your head to see Strasza standing behind you, a peeved expression marring his usually serene features. Strasza, you try to warn him, but he's obviously aware of the situation if the daggers he's glaring at Mordecai are anything to go by. Mordecai, he snaps, his tone reprimanding. His red-haired friend immediately stops his advance and turns around to look at him. She started it, he exclaims like a child that's not getting his way. I don't care who started it, Mordecai, I'm finishing it. The two friends enter a staring match, neither willing to back down. After a few seconds, however, Mordecai clenches his jaw. With a final huff and a glare Dalen's way, he crosses his arms in front of himself and says nothing else. Strasza makes sure to keep him in his sights for a few seconds longer before he turns to Dalen. He doesn't immediately smile at her, which, in your book, counts as the equivalent of Strasza giving someone a slap or something. You can't help but wonder why this is. He was immediately so friendly with you that you assumed that was his reaction to everyone. Apparently not. Racism! There's more to him than meets the eye. The question remains, though. What made you so different in his eyes from this elf? What made you so different in his eyes from this elf? Why is he more mistrustful of her than he was of you? Does he see something that is not immediately apparent? You'd ask him, but he's a little busy at the moment. The immediate dad transformation? Punching a wall, biting a stick, eyes literally bulging out of my skull slightly. Wow, that elf is so bratty, that's so cool! We owe you our thanks. Strasza addresses Dalen cordially, politely, the epitome of civility. Still not like what you'd expect from him. Oh, yes you do. And more than that besides. Dalen agrees with him, her grin razor sharp. You can see Mordecai tensing up again, but the woman doesn't let him get a word in. You'd all be dead without me. You owe me your lives. And I have something that I could use some help with, if you don't mind. I see. And what would that be? Strasza asks her neutrally. For one short moment, barely there and then gone again, you hear a faint grinding sound. You're pretty sure it's Mordecai's teeth. Ouch. He won't have any teeth left by the time he goes gray, you reckon. I need to meet a friend that is roaming the wilds to the east of the port. The road is dangerous, so I could use some backup. Bodyguards, if you will, she tells Strasza confidently, obviously sure that she'll get her way. She has made a pretty good case for herself. A life debt is not something that is taken lightly around these parts. You should know. You've begun to amass quite the collection of them lately. One can always refuse to honor it, of course, but the dishonor such an action would bring would be great. If one cared about such things, that is. Do Strasza and Mordecai care about such things? If you were a betting woman, you'd say that they do, but you guess you'll find out soon enough. You look like you could take care of yourself. The earlier display was very impressive, Strasza comments, his face still giving away nothing. And we're not your damn lapdogs! Do you really think we're that stupid? Mordecai explodes, no longer able to hold himself back. He takes one threatening step toward the elven woman, then another. Dalen, to her credit, does not back away. She simply looks at him with a confused frown. Stupid? What do you mean? You were sent by him, weren't you? Did you think we wouldn't realize? You were sent by Reagan, he yells at her, completely consumed by rage. Okay then. He's going to attack her. It doesn't take any intuition for you to see it coming. Strasza immediately moves to block Mordecai's path, placing his hand on his friend's chest and pushing against him firmly. Mordecai doesn't budge, but at least he's stopped advancing. His eyes don't leave the elf's face, however. She just gives him an unimpressed look in return. I have no idea what you're talking about. I told you what it is I need from you, she tells him placidly, as if a furious, tall-as-hell man barreling toward her is nothing to be concerned about. You can't say whether you'd be that calm in her shoes. Morkai, no. Strasza tells him in a low voice that brooks no argument. It does nothing to calm down the redhead. Why? Do you trust her? Morkai demands. Strasza looks at him seriously. No, not particularly, but she did save us, and we do owe her a debt. And if it's a trap, well, we'll deal with it when the time comes. But right now, we take her at her word. My, what a suspicious bunch of pretty people you all are, the elf remarks unhelpfully. Neither man pays any attention to her. They seem to be engaged in some silent communication only they are privy to. You look at the elf, locking eyes with her, and she winks at you. Strasza eventually speaks, a decision finally reached between him and Morkai. Very well, Morkai and I will accompany you where you want to go. Then our debt to you is repaid. The red-haired man doesn't look particularly happy about this. No, he looks distinctly displeased. And pretty eyes, too, Dalen immediately says. What? Strasza seems to be of the same opinion as you, if the widening of his blue eyes is any indication. What? Morkai puts in, feeling it important to add his opinion to the conversation. The girl? Why? She can barely keep herself alive! The show of faith in you truly warms your heart, you must say. By who? Reagan. By gold! Reading in a stream? He invented it and it's called streeting? Okay. Oh, that's really cute. But yes, hi Samuel. I am reading a choose-your-own-adventure fantasy story thingajig. Strasza attempts to reason with Dalen. Why would you need Jessie to come with you? I assure you Morkai and I are more than enough to keep you safe on the road. She quickly cuts him off, not wanting to hear it. I saved her too, and I want her to come with us. I grow attached to people easily, and she's so very pretty after all, she croons, gazing at you with a look that can be described as nothing but predatory. Yeah, she definitely has a hidden agenda. But what on Talyamzin could it be? People keep helping you like you're a big deal or something. Like you can give something in return. You keep telling them there's nothing there. You don't have any hidden depths, or secret stashes of coin, or anything of the sort. Smoo, what's next? That's Chessie's decision to make. I can't speak for her, Strasza says diplomatically. He looks at you for confirmation, and his eyes look troubled. He shakes his head no with a barely perceptible motion. Morkai has no such need for discretion. He's quite obviously shaking his head no. His gaze is fixed on the gray-eyed woman, but he addresses you when he speaks. Don't be an idiot, girl. Dalen is looking at you expectantly. What are you going to do? Let's see. Yeah, I know these types are cool. Also a good phoniatric workout. Gotta enunciate well to not hurt yourself. Straight up streeting. Well, Chessie we've been playing out as a fairly pragmatic kind of girly. Also a bit playful, has a penchant for pathologically lying. Well, not pathologically. She's on the run. She's a fugitive. Accused of murder. Yeah, I think this works. I'll do it, I tell them firmly. Surrounding myself with people is for the best right now. You meant to get to the border. What you were supposed to do after that, you have no idea. It was never an issue until now. Live in the present. Solve each problem as it comes. That's the way you have managed to survive until now. Yet you didn't believe you'd ever get to the point where you'd have to worry about what happens after you cross the border. Not really. You didn't let yourself think about it because you didn't think there would be an it. You'd die on the road. Doorless would get you. You had focused on the now because thinking about anything else spelled death. But what you had thought was an unattainable future is now your present. And you don't know what to do. Your options are to head to the border, alone, with Doorless half a day behind you, or to go with these three and try to find a way to avoid that fate. In your eyes, the latter is the only logical option left. You have to try. Smoo. You focus your attention back on Dalen, who very much looks like the cat that got the cream. Her eyes are almost sparkling, her lips curved in a wide smile. Excellent! As soon as we go ashore, we'll rest at the inn and then leave at first light tomorrow morning. It's settled, she announces triumphantly. You smile weakly at her, unable to fully match her jubilation. It's been a long day. You turn your attention to your displeased friends and see that, yes, they are indeed quite grumpy about these developments. Strasza is looking at you with troubled eyes, worry written clearly across his face. Don't look at me like that. I'm fine, you tell him. That look is getting on your nerves. Yes, I can see that, he replies, his tone vaguely sarcastic. You glare at him, but he doesn't retract. Can we smooch? We almost did! We literally almost did. Logically lying. Is Doorless that dangerous, really? You saw two guys and ran. You could totally jump him. I mean, he had 5 guys with him, too. Well, hopefully we can be gay and do crime. Hell yeah. I think that's my main goal for good old Chessie here. Well, I'll leave you 3 to whatever this is. I myself am very tired and I need my beauty sleep. See you in a few hours, the blonde woman cheerfully exclaims, turning around and leaving on the spot. Okay then. I'm going to. Some quiet will do me good, Strasza says as well before turning around and going below deck. You are left alone with Morkai, who hasn't uttered a word since the moment you agreed to go with them. You turn to look at him hesitantly and, surprise, surprise, his attention is already on you. His stare is intense, but it's not anger that's hidden behind it. You're not sure what it is. What do you do? I know you don't agree, but I know what I'm doing, I tell him confidently. He doesn't need to know how unsure I am. You know he probably means well. Or he just wants to yell at you. You're not sure. It could go either way, really. Point being, you're not in the mood for either of those things. This whole day has been a mess. It started off nuts, and it only got worse as time flew by. You need to be alone. You need to collect your thoughts. And you can't be around people to do that, especially someone as volatile as Morkai. Thank the gods he doesn't seem particularly inclined to make conversation. He shrugs his shoulders in a careless gesture, moving his gaze away from you. Whatever, girl. It's your life. You want to throw it away? Fine. I'm not your babysitter. He tells you over his shoulder. For all intents and purposes, done with you. That suits you just fine. You move to get away from him, your destination the bunks below deck. Yet you can't help but tell him one last thing. I'm not throwing anything away, and I can take care of myself just fine. He doesn't respond to your words, but his lips curve into an ugly smirk, sarcastic through and through. Fine. Whatever. You turn your back to him and make a beeline toward the stairs. You need your bunk. You need solitude. You might not be able to sleep, not after your nightmare and then the bloody attack, but you can take this time to recuperate a little. Find your balance, so to speak. You get the feeling that this out-of-control series of events is nowhere close to being over. All you can do now is see where this journey takes you, and hope against hope that you are on the right path. It's a good goal. It is, isn't it? You get off the barge as if walking in a dream. Voices all around... Wait. Voices all around you are raised in anger, concern, and every emotion in between. Something, something, sirens, something. You can't really focus on what's being said. As you predicted, you weren't able to get even the smallest amount of sleep before you reached the port. Your mind was too on edge. Take the events of the evening, add your worries, plus being afraid to fall asleep in case of nightmares again, and you have yourself a nice cocktail of insomnia and crippling anxiety. You're keeping it together, though. You think. You follow Strassa's and Dalen's backs as they lead the way, Hansel's reins in your hand. Hansel? Mordecai brings up the back. At some point he takes the reins away from you, and you barely notice. You are ushered into a dingy-looking inn, the smell of stale drink and piss assaulting your nose as soon as you step through. It all feels like it is happening to someone else. You are brought inside a room and deposited on a lumpy bed. You can see Strassa's face, his lips moving as if he's talking to you. You try to focus on what he's saying. Are you going to be alright on your own, Chessie? I can stay with you if that would help, Strassa offers, a worried frown marring his brow. Or I could keep a company. Would you prefer that, Pretty Eyes? Dalen pipes up from somewhere in the back. Yeah, that's not happening. That's Mordecai. Are all of them inside your room? I felt compelled to take a sip as I saw the emote. The elf is dangerous! I know. And that's so sexy of her. Why, Cranky? Dalen asks Mordecai. Want me to keep you company instead? Or do you want to keep her company? Maybe we can both do it. She exclaims in a far too lively tone, Strassa's lips thin in frustration. It's all right. I'm fine, you say, trying to forestall any further discussion. I don't need anyone with me. I'll just sleep a bit and be right as rain in the morning. Strassa still looks kind of worried, but he takes a step back from you. If you're sure, he says hesitantly. You nod your head firmly. We'll see you in the morning then, he says, and then ushers the rest of the gang out. You're once again left alone. Let's see if you'll manage to sleep this time. You didn't manage to sleep! You can only get that kind of comedic timing with a page turn. You didn't manage to sleep. Or if you did, it was in short and disjointed bursts, making you even more tired instead of rejuvenating you. Oh well. You'll just have to soldier through. Dalen comes to get you at the crack of dawn, so bloody early that it's almost still dark. Barely anyone is moving on the streets as you make your way out of the little town. You'd had a very quick breakfast, and then off you went. Apparently, it was of paramount importance to get to Dalen's friend as quickly as possible. You don't even know who this person is. They're just known to you as the friend. You'd like to ask more questions, but you're fighting to keep your eyes open. Once you win that battle, you move on to the next, getting the elf to come clean. An uncertain endeavor. Are you up for it? Only time will tell. Who is his friend, then? You hear Mordecai ask from behind you. He sounds as excited as you feel. The blonde woman just laughs in response. You'll find out soon enough, she answers mysteriously. Just as Mordecai's volume begins to rise, you tune both of them out. Your hand is tangled in Hansel's fur, the warm, familiar sensation helping to calm you. The voices around you gain even more volume, soon joined by a third one. Strassa. He sounds exasperated too. They're fighting then, you think groggily. Why are you not surprised? You keep moving, hoping to get some distance from the racket they're causing. You don't need a headache on top of everything else. You just need to make sure you follow the road you're on. You don't need to get lost right now. Why do people build their towns in such small formations? This stinky little place is like a damn maze. I fucking wish I could live in a place that cramped. You lean a bit of your weight against your beloved steed and stop walking. The voices have faded. Finally, some blessed quiet. Now you'll just have to wait for them to catch up. So you wait. And you wait. Then you keep on waiting some more. Then, the faintest, most innocent of suspicions enters your mind. Oh, Samu. You're lost. How on Talhamzin did this happen? You didn't even take any turns or anything. Did you? You're pretty sure you didn't. Reasonably certain. Halfway certain at worst. Damn. What now? I mean... yeah, stay where I am. If you set off on your own again and they look for you in another direction, who knows how long it'll be before you manage to catch up with one another. Besides, if you learned anything from your visit to Sharsport, it's that wandering around on your own is not a good idea. So it's probably for the best if you just stay put and wait for them to find you. You feel kind of ridiculous, though, just waiting for them to come and find you after you got yourself into trouble. But what else are you supposed to do? You'll just make things worse if you run around aimlessly. No, you'll stay right here, thank you very much. You and Hansel will keep each other company. It'll be fine. You don't happen to know where they are, do you, girl? You ask her to break the silence. You were craving quiet a few seconds ago, but now it feels oppressive. Hansel snorts at you, but then goes still. Yeah, she's right. Be careful what you wish for and all that. You wanted silence, and you got more than you bargained for. Now all there is to do is wait. A few minutes pass, then a couple more. If you said you aren't starting to get worried, you'd be lying. Shouldn't they have found you by now? Are they simply waiting for Dorless to show up so they can make a dramatic entrance? Pretty Eyes, where have you been? Are you trying to run off? You feel a wave of relief rush through you when you hear that musical voice address you, even if she does sound a little peeved. You're saved. Again. Dalen! You exclaim, turning around to find her standing almost right behind you. You startle a bit and lean away. Does it look like I'm running away? I got lost, you inform her indignantly. If you had been planning to run away, this is not how you would have gone about it. Dalen looks at you with an inscrutable expression for a moment, like she is trying to determine if you're lying to her or not. Then her face breaks into a sunny grin, her suspicion gone like a cloud on a windy day. Or maybe you just wanted to get me alone, she asks suggestively, leaning toward you and planting her hand on her waist saucily. Her grin is so wide you can see teeth. What do you say? How in Talhamzin would I... Let's see. If that's the case, I didn't go about it very subtly, did I? I jest, enjoying her playful attitude. I still take a step back, though, and I don't regret it the moment I do. No, of course not. No picky. Hansel is so wise. Gotta hit the hay, insert Hansel joke here. Love you, Stellar. Hansel. Let's see. I didn't know I'd get lost or that you'd be the one to find me, but I can't say I regret this outcome. Yeah. I didn't know I'd get lost or that you'd be the one to find me, but I can't say I regret this outcome. I tell her, smirking, completing the look with a wink. How are my traits looking? My skills... hardly changed. I think my pragmatism has gone up a couple of points. No magic, no persuasion. Little relationships. Oh, we're getting there. 2 flirtmance points, baby! Hell yeah. She raises an eyebrow at your coy response, the smile on her lips turning wicked. The masses of her blonde locks cascade down her chest as she tilts her head, eyes becoming hooded by her lowered lashes. Is that so? What will you do then, now that you have me all to yourself? She purrs, taking the last little step that brings her face to face with you. One tiny little inch forward and you'd be able to touch the warmth of her skin. You breathe in her clean, flowery scent, growing dizzy with its headiness, your eyelids lowering with enjoyment. What was it she asked again? Look at me, Jessie, she whispers sultrily, her breath caressing your face. She isn't touching you anywhere, yet you feel engulfed by her presence. You crave her touch, but you want to do as she asks even more. You raise your heavy eyes to her face, so close that you can see nothing but the gray of her irises pushed back by the blackness of her pupils. Does she want to touch you as badly as you want to touch her? A single pale finger comes up toward your face, the tip stopping a breath away from your skin. Dalen, you whisper, frozen in place, your eyes glued to hers. She finally indulges you. Her finger caresses your cheek from cheekbone to chin, feather light, branding you with its heat. Her red lips close the distance between your mouths and your eyes begin to close against your will. Almost. Jessie! A familiar voice calls, and the magical spell is broken. God damn it! Her evil elf charm is in your head! Listen. It's not that she's an elf that's getting to me, it's that she is woman. She is woman. Hear me roar. The ethereal woman hovers for a second, then leads back and away from you, taking her tantalizing presence with her. She graces you with a regretful smile. You feel so frustrated you could scream! You're already glaring as you slowly turn your head around to find Strasza coming toward you, Mordecai at his heels. What happened? I've been so worried. Did you get lost? Strasza starts questioning you as soon as he's closer, then startles a bit when he sees the murderous look on your face. Real and fair and true. I'm fine. Just took a wrong turn somewhere. Dalen found me, you say, your tone clipped and short. Smoo. This is not the outcome you were hoping for. And you're okay, Mordecai says. Not a question. She didn't do anything to you? He asks suspiciously, taking in your annoyed expression and then fixing the elven woman with a narrow-eyed glare. She bats her eyelashes at him in response. No, no such luck. You grumble under your breath, your face scrunching up with irritation. Oh, you'd have liked her to do something all right. Why couldn't things go the way you want them to for once? Yet despite all the desire you're feeling, you know this impromptu adventure is getting more complicated by the minute. Considering that the gorgeous elven woman could have hidden plans for you, developing an attraction to her could be a colossally bad idea. Not that this particular piece of sound advice is making any difference to your rapidly thudding heart. Don't fucking judge me, story. You gave me the choice. You turn your gaze towards Dalen, your eyes almost imploring her. For what, you don't know. You find her already looking at you. As soon as you make eye contact, she bites her lower lip, fixing you with her gaze. You follow the motion, spellbound. Those lips were almost upon you not 1 minute ago. Damn. You need to get over this and quickly, before you make a fool out of yourself. You snap your gaze away and try despondently to change the course of your thoughts. Shall we get a move on? You prompt, almost desperately, when no one else makes a move. Mordecai is still glaring at the blonde woman, and Strassa looks at her skeptically. Yes. Yes, of course. The blue-eyed man replies after a moment. He starts leading the way towards the exit of town. Mordecai makes sure to get between the elven woman and you. Well, isn't that just swell? You try to catch Dalen's eye one last time, but she's looking ahead, her attention fixed on the road. That's that. But before you have time to feel any pangs of regret, a soft pressure is applied against your lips. A caress made out of ether and one gray-eyed woman's will, the magic warming you for a single moment. It's there and gone again in a flash, but you did feel it. You manage to swallow the gasp of surprise that nearly leaves your lips, your eyes glued to her back. She doesn't turn around. Well then. At least you can say one good thing came out of all this. You're nowhere near sleepy anymore. And as you stare at the woman confidently walking in front of you, long skirts fluttering around her, you suddenly realize, oh dear, this is going to be just lovely. Wow, almost a smooch. If it doesn't work out, at least you know she's good for alimony for a long time. The rest of the trip from the port is thankfully uneventful. Strassa leads you out of the town, and then Dalen takes over. If you never see another port in your lifetime, it'll be too soon. You've had quite enough of the hospitality of the cities as well. In Sharsport, you got accosted while inside the town. Twice. And then on the water, too, for good measure. If this is what passes as a welcome in these places, then you're far better off sticking to country roads and sleepy villages. You thought that life spent on the run in the wilderness was bad. You were wrong. It's the places where many people congregate that you need to fear most. But at least this time you can say that you're headed away from these hubs of lawlessness. Wherever the elf woman is taking you, it leads away from the beaten path. Dalen's sure steps guide your party through the underbrush with the ease of someone accustomed to life in the less civilized parts of your world. For your part, you feel like you can breathe easier the farther you leave civilization behind. Maybe it's the quiet villager from the middle of nowhere blood running through your veins, or maybe it's all the trauma you have endured that makes you feel this way. Point being, you feel liberated out in the open spaces, much more so than in packed cities. You can't say the same for Strassa and Mordecai. Both of them are drawn as taut as a bowstring, and the deeper the blonde woman leads you into the wild, the more uneasy they get. It looks like they're expecting an ambush at any given moment. An ambush that doesn't seem to be coming. You try being as alert as they are, but after a few hours of this, your nerves feel beyond rattled, and you're exhausted. How can they keep this up after so many hours? Is there a secret to constant vigilance or something? Maybe you should watch them closely to see if you can find out for yourself. Mordecai catches you staring and raises an imperial eyebrow in response. An imperial eyebrow? What does that mean? You quickly turn your attention elsewhere. You walk and you walk, barely stopping a few times to eat a couple of quick bites of travel rations before you're moving again. You've done more walking in these past 2 months than in the entirety of your life before. After what feels like forever, Dalen finally announces that you should rest for the night. The sun is getting pretty low on the horizon, and it's not safe to travel at night in these parts. You'd argue that it's not safe to travel during the day either, but you decide to keep your observations to yourself. Your party finds a small clearing and begins to settle down. Mordecai is in charge of building a fire, and Strassa quickly prompts you to start setting up your tent. Dalen has already begun to work on her own tent, going through the motions with calculated efficiency. You turn to look at Hansel. She's had a rough day herself. All this walking and running and getting attacked out of the blue. She's not a young lady anymore. She deserves a life in retirement, surrounded by all the hay and sweet beet paste that she could possibly want. But you need her to hold on for a bit longer, just until you can get the both of you to someplace relatively safe. Someplace you can stop running, if that's even possible at this point. You run a hand gently between her ears. "You okay, girl? Do you miss home?" You ask her gently, the petting giving you comfort as much as it gives her. You unload your tiny tent from her back a few moments later and get to work setting it up. Strassa approaches you when you're about halfway through. "I'm done with my own and Mordecai's," he tells you gently. "Would you like some help with yours?" You look up at him, startled, and then glance around you. It's true. All the tents are already set up, and the fire is going strong in the pit Mordecai has made for it. The redhead is sitting next to it, using a whetstone to sharpen his greatsword. It doesn't look like he's paying attention to you. Dalen is nowhere to be seen, probably already inside her tent. How long has it taken you to get even this far? Has your mind really been so out of it? Yeah, you have a lot of thoughts rattling around in your brain, but you didn't think you had gotten that distracted. Strassa's still looking at you patiently, waiting for an answer. "Help with the tent. Right. What do you say?" "I think we can warm up a little bit." The smile he graces you with is far too bright for this late in the evening. He gently nudges you out of the way and starts to work on the tent, going much faster than you had been just a minute ago. You watch from the side as he efficiently gets everything in order. It's very kind of him to offer to help, and you appreciate it. You barely have time to blink, and he's done. That was fast. You wonder how long he's been on the road. How long as you? Or as long as you? Longer? How long as you? As long as you? Longer? Or maybe it's less, but you don't think so for some reason. Or you could just ask him. He might not answer you, but you think it's an innocent enough question. What have you got to lose anyway? Otherwise, you could go to bed immediately. It is getting a bit later in the night for myself. I'm hoping that the end of the chapter is soon on the approach. Sure, we can chit-chat a bit. Thanks for the help. I appreciate it. You tell him as soon as he's done. Of course, he replies. Think nothing of it. You just look at each other for a moment, neither of you saying anything. He tilts his head with a smile, raising an eyebrow. You're not going to bed? He asks you with amusement. You return his smile before speaking. In a moment. Would you mind if we talked a bit first? You ask him somewhat uncertainly. He immediately nods and moves to stand closer to you. Would you like to sit closer to go sit closer to the fire, or would you prefer to stay here? Here, if you don't mind. Mordecai is sitting by the fire, and you'd rather speak to Strassa alone right now. The blue-eyed man nods at you and promptly lowers his body to sit down next to your tent. You're surprised for a second, but then you think it over. Right, it'll be easier and less awkward to talk if you're both sitting down. You slowly sit next to him, trying to make yourself comfortable on the hard ground. He waits until you're settled before he speaks. So, what did you want to talk about? He prompts gently. Nothing? Everything? I have no idea what's going on anymore, you admit with a sigh. Yes, it's been an interesting couple of days for all of us lately, he agrees with a pained smile. You snort. That's putting it lightly. But let's start with something easy, yes? He nods again. His only reply is soft before he brings his knees up and rests his elbows on them. Can you tell me how long you've been on the road? You probe, trying to gauge his reaction. He doesn't look upset, but you never know. You look very at ease with traveling and everything. A few months, but I've always traveled a lot, even before this latest journey, he tells you after a pause, obviously choosing his words carefully. He doesn't want to talk about it much then. Do you like it? Traveling, I mean? Most of the time. But I have my limits too, and multiple months of non-stop travel can wear anyone thin, he admits in a low voice. He sounds wistful. You think about your own long journey, how worn down you've gotten. Yeah, I hear you. You agree with a forlorn sigh. What about you? Have you been on the road for long? He asks you with interest, his gaze focused on you. A couple of months. It feels longer, though, you admit. His gaze goes soft at your words, his blue eyes filling with understanding. Do you miss home? Strassa asks you quietly. You think back on it. Your cold, white village nestled atop a rocky mountain slope, an ancient forest surrounding it. Tristan, everyone that drove you away like a criminal. You shake your head, not wanting to remember. It doesn't matter. I can never go back, even if I wanted to. His gaze is intense as he stares at you. Then his eyes grow distant, looking back on memories only he can see. A hollow look enters his face. I know the feeling, he admits. And you're startled that he would say this much to you. So we can't go back home either, huh? He and Mordecai are on the run then, just like you. What a company you all make. But maybe we can make a new home for ourselves. All of us. Somewhere we can be happy. He says after a few moments, his soft gaze returning to you. His sorrowful smile trying to offer comfort. What do you say? I think I heard one of the dogs bark downstairs. I think the first one probably works okay. That sure sounds like a nice future, I reply gloomily, but I make sure to smile at him. It's a nice dream, one you very much hope comes true, but you can't help but feel that it's a distant one at best. After all the strain you've endured these last 2 months, it feels like the world has nothing but grief to offer. Not just to you, either. To Strassa and Mordecai as well, apparently. You wouldn't be surprised if Daylin, too, has some heart-wrenching reason for asking all of you to go with her to whatever this latest escapade turns out to be. The gods just love taking everyone for a spin. And misery loves company, they say. But one little part of you wants so desperately to believe that it doesn't always need to be this way. that the sun does come out after the rain. It's just so hard to keep on going sometimes. But maybe, just maybe, you don't have to go at it alone all the time. You don't know how long your path will stay connected with Strasza and Morkai's. Wishing for permanence would be so silly it would border on the criminal. But for as long as this lasts, for the remainder of this journey, maybe you don't have to be by yourself. You can enjoy the companionship for now. Take it at face value, take pleasure from what moments you can get. Then, when the time comes, you'll let it go gracefully. That doesn't sound like such a bad plan. It's a future that could come to pass if we wanted enough, Strasza says with conviction, but you can sense there's trepidation behind his words too. He's afraid, just like you are. Maybe it makes you a bad person, but you're happy you're not alone in your fear. That doesn't make you a bad person. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'd like that, you admit with a sigh. He smiles at you, his gentle demeanor offering comfort. After a moment, he straightens his back and stretches out his limbs. Shall I retire for the evening? It's getting late, he suggests as he pretends to hide a yawn behind his hand in an exaggerated manner. I almost just yawned myself. What the fuck? You smile at him and nod in agreement. Yeah, that'd be good. I'm dead tired, you confess before getting up. He follows right after you, his eyes glowing in the soft firelight. Rest, Jessie. We'll all be here in the morning. Good night, Strasza, you reply, and then watch him head toward Morkai by the fire. He sits down next to his friend, and the two of them start talking in low tones. You can't hear what they're saying, and you're too worn out to be curious. You slip inside your tent without further ado, wishing a soft good night to Hansel. Hansel! Before you close the tent flap. You settle within your trusty bedroll and try to get comfortable for the coming night. You apparently have a long day ahead of you tomorrow. You'll need all the sleep you can get, and as fatigue immediately starts to drag you down, muddling your thoughts and numbing your limbs, you can't help but pray to the gods for one night free of nightmares. One single night. That's not too much to ask, right? You are surrounded by fog. Fog below, fog overhead, fog as far as the eye can see. It's cold and clammy, clinging to your skin. It chills you to the bone, leeching away your warmth, your very soul. It's almost like a presence, malevolent, focused solely on you. You don't like this. You've had nightmares before. Memories, premonitions, creations of your own mind born out of fear and despair. This is different. The fog feels sentient, almost, like it has a will of its own, or is the conduit for someone else's will. You look around but can see nothing. Nothing but swirling white as far as the eye can see. Your breath is coming out in a fine mist in front of you, the soul-freezing cold wrapping its fingers around you. You never knew you could be so cold, in dreams or otherwise. Your mind is hazy, growing number by the second. Your defenses pulled down. What is happening? You're here. A melodious voice springs to life from the very ether, startling you, dousing you in a torrent of foreboding. This is not good, at all. Your gift is so strong, and yet you try to strangle it, suppress it. Are you afraid of your own power, I wonder? No matter. We will make do, won't we? You look around wildly, but can see nothing. You desperately try to spot something, anything. Smooth, this is not just a dream. What is it? Calm yourself. You may see me, if that'll make it easier for you. The voice reassures you mockingly. Then you feel it. Icy tendrils spread against your back and wrap themselves around your lungs, constricting your breathing and your movement both. Trapped. You are trapped. The tendrils move, pulling you along like a puppet on a string. You are slowly turned around in a grotesque imitation of movement, your terror feeding upon itself and soaring higher and higher. You try to move, to resist, only to have the icy ropes hold you tighter. Your rotating motion stops. Your eyes bulge out of their sockets as you come face to face with a man shrouded in darkness. His skin is as deathly pale as the fog surrounding you, and his eyes are the color of blood. He's smiling at you. You have never been more terrified in your life. He begins to walk toward you, and you realize the cold gets worse the nearer he gets. It's him. It's emanating from him. By the time he's standing in front of you, you're shivering so violently you're afraid your frosty bindings will cut through your skin. If he notices, he doesn't care. He leans toward you, his ebony hair falling over his shoulder with the motion. He brings his face to your neck and inhales. You can feel a whimper building up in your throat, and you fight tooth and nail to keep it in. Don't wail. Don't show fear. Oh, it's too late for that. For as long as you're here, your mind belongs to me. Every single little thing is mine. You try to swallow, attempting to make your throat start to work again, seeing as that might be the only thing still working right now. What with the rest of you being bound and all, it would definitely be appreciated. What do you want from me? He scoffs at you, his gaze brimming with displeasure. Your bindings constrict around you, cutting off your breathing for one horrible second that feels like forever. Then they marginally loosen up once again. As if there's only the one thing I can gain from you. Only one thing you can offer me. Don't be simplistic, pet. He chides, and you feel such sadness when you hear the disapproval in his voice. Oh no, that's the last thing you wanted. You never meant... Wait, those aren't your thoughts. He gives a low chuckle in response, his gaze contemptuous as he takes in every single inch of you. You're beginning to feel nauseous. Can you even get sick in a dream? If that is what this is. You can do a lot of things in a dream, he answers your question, and his eyes suddenly look hungry for a reason. Like actual for real hunger. For food. And he's looking at you. Who are you? He smiles at you condescendingly, like one would at a silly child. You wish he'd stop doing that. You try to instead focus on his eyes, and nope, that's even worse. You can see the bloody mist reflected in the red orbs, hypnotizing you, drawing you further in. No, bad eyes. Eyes bad. Don't look into them, Jesse. You avert your gaze, focusing on the mist at your sides, but the relief is short-lived. Your gaze is abruptly snapped forward once more, and you can't look away. The man demands your attention. You do not look away from me, understand? It was you who wanted to see me, after all. Your head nods in agreement without your consent. This is torture. He smiles. As for your question, the answer is simple. I am your lord, yours and everyone else's. I am the lord of all, your high king. You stare at him, unable to breathe, unable to stop the screeching noises of alarms sounding off in your head. It can't be. but you may call me Mannercall. Why are you doing this? Your question is tinged with desperation. You are reaching your limit. You can't move. You feel like death warmed over, and the man controlling you is far from benevolent. Can't he at least tell you why? Don't you deserve that much? You deserve nothing I do not see fit to give. Do not forget yourself, pet. He tuts at you, stretching out one pale finger and running it over your jawline. It feels like a razor is slicing through your skin, and you bite your tongue in an effort not to scream. But I'm feeling benevolent this night. He ridicules you with your own thoughts. So I'll tell you that the reason for today's encounter is simply because it was time. I've been watching you for a while, pet. I thought that introducing myself was the polite thing to do at this point. Well, isn't that just marvelous? You've had a stalker that you didn't even know about. A different situation altogether compared to the stalker you do know about, aka Doorless. But you try to press him, but one raised finger later your mouth is sealed shut as if by an invisible force. For a moment you panic and try to thrash around, causing your restraints to contract around you. Enough of this subject, wouldn't you say? He asks airily, holding the spell for a moment longer before releasing his hold on your jaw. You open your mouth wide, taking in deep, frenzied breaths. He seems content to let you collect yourself. I have no more questions. You try with all your might to make yourself wake the hell up. You try to open your eyes, to create the image of your bedroll intent in your mind's eye. You try to change the environment to your will, but you just can't. This world doesn't respond to you. The master it answers to is someone else. You feel the force of this presence on your very flesh, an invisible weight pressing down on you, crushing your chest, turning your limbs into lead, making it hard to breathe. A sinister chuckle echoes in your ear, turning your skin into a mess of stinging flesh. Going somewhere, pet? I think not. I'm not done with you yet. You try one last time to wake up, desperate, angry, afraid. Nothing. You can't leave. He won't let you. He is the master here. You are trapped. There is no escape. I can fix him! What is this place? It feels different from all the times you've dreamed before, but you can't put your finger on why. Maybe it's because this man is obviously in charge of this place. Maybe it's something else. You don't know for certain. The only thing you do know is that you never want to come back here again. Oh, I'd get used to it if I were you. We'll be spending a great deal of time together here, you and I. He promises silkily, and his eyes glimmer in the deathly light the fog emits. Could he be more ominous? But where are we? You try to get him to tell you. He lifts a single shoulder, somehow managing to make the gesture look elegant. You notice his hand is resting on a peculiar-looking saber. Just a dreamland I created for the two of us. You don't like it. I find it very comforting myself. He informs you with a grin. You stare at his mouth in petrified helplessness. Are those... Swooners, dream freak. No more questions. You know you probably should have. There should be a million things going through your mind, a million questions that need answering, yet you can think of nothing. All you want is to get out of here. Your breath comes sluggishly out of your lungs, your frozen limbs heavy and numb. You have even stopped feeling the bite of the ethereal chains around you. Oh, how inconsiderate of me. I sometimes forget how fragile your kind is. Time to return you back to your warm bedroll. He says in mock concern, his words only serving to make you even more uncomfortable. But there's something at the back of your head, something you meant to ask. The misty landscape around you begins to dissolve, the white edges folding in on themselves, the ground dissolving right beneath your feet. A dreadful sense of vertigo overcomes you, making you feel sick. You still need to... The waking world is pulling at you too strongly. You can't fight it. Your mind is not as adept at dream walking as it used to be. Try as you might, you can't get a single word out. The only thing that still exists is his eyes. Forget. His voice commands you, and you are powerless to resist as you fall through the veil of dreams and back into the safety of your little tent. You are standing in front of a cave at the base of a hill. Why are you standing in front of a cave at the base of a hill, one might ask? Well, that is a very good question. You're standing in front of a cave at the base of a hill because this is where Dalen has led you. A cave at the base of a hill in the middle of nowhere. This is where her friend is, she says. Her friend is just inside, she says. And what is your friend doing inside a cave, Dalen? Stuff, she says. At least she has deigned to let you know that her friend is a she, and that you'll know her right away once you see her. You should hope so. How many women could be wandering around inside this particular cave, for God's sakes? Have you finally reached the part where the elf turns on you all and tries to kill you and eat your brains? Because that would be a shame. You liked looking at her while convincing yourself she's not a lunatic. If she tries to eat your brains, not even you can keep the fantasies going. Not that you have any of those. But back to the problem at hand. A cave. A dank, dark, smelly cave. And she wants you to go in. Smoo. Whew. My throat is starting to get a bit dry. Are you for real? Mordecai bellows right next to your ear. Ouch. That was loud. The blonde woman just smiles at him benignly. Strassa doesn't look any happier with the situation than his friend is, but at least he's not blasting your ears off shouting about it. I'm quite serious, I assure you, sourpuss. She's in there, and she could need help. So we're going. Huh. As simple as that, huh? What exactly is in that cave? Strassa asks her. And what is she doing in there in the first place? Did you arrange to meet her here? All very logical questions that have been swirling around in your own head, too. He has the right of it. I don't know. Taking a stroll? Not really. A pregnant pause follows. You and Strassa glance at each other out of the corners of your eyes, while Mordecai is simply staring at the elf like she's grown a second head. What? Mordecai finally asks her, his tone horrified. He probably thinks he's talking to a lunatic. Yes, thank you very much, Dalen, for those wholly unhelpful answers, Strassa adds, quite sarcastically too. You're welcome, she replies cheerily, then turns towards the entrance to the awaiting death trap. Shall we then? She prompts. When no one moves, her expression darkens. Her mouth, however, remains smiling. It's a little disconcerting, if you're being honest. Or do you mean to dishonor yourselves and forsake your life debt to me? The cold smile on her lips doesn't reach her eyes, their gray depths as sharp as steel as she takes all of you in. A second passes, then another, before Mordecai swears at the woman with vehemence. Strazza just sighs and runs a hand over his face. Fine then. Let's get this over with, he says in defeat, taking a step forward toward the mouth of the cave. Oh boy, you're really doing this. Are you really doing this? Now's your chance to make a choice. The others are going in. I just need to stay close to them. It's the smart thing to do. Let's go then, you say to all of them, moving to tie Hansel's reins on a nearby tree. Then the four of you enter the gloom of the cave. The terrain is fairly even at first, but then the ground slopes downward steeply. You have to be extra careful to keep your balance. Dalen has created an orb of light that floats above you all, so at least you don't have to worry about visibility, but the cold brightness paints a bleak picture around you. Damp, corroded walls, grooves, and spikes. This cave is a death trap, and it doesn't even try to disguise the fact. At one point, the corridor you are following gets so small that you can only pass through one at a time. Mordecai and Strazza especially have trouble with this, their bulk making it a tight fit. The redhead's cursing makes the walls echo around you, and you can't even blame his bad temper in this case. You keep going forward, the scenery around you unchanging until you reach a cavern that has 4 different tunnels leading out of it. Uh-oh. You can see where this is going. No. Mordecai can see where this is going too. So can Strazza. We don't know what's down there. We shouldn't sacrifice safety for speed. But it could take us hours to go through all of these one at a time. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to be down here for hours. That was Dalen, and she really doesn't look all that good. Her skin has gone white and pallid, and you can see faint black circles beginning to bloom beneath her eyes. Guess what they say about elves in the underground is true. They don't get along. You're the one that brought us here in the first place! Mordecai, please stop shouting. I brought you here because you are supposedly capable of dealing with this, not just because you look pretty, Sourpuss. If we get sworn by something, we'll get killed no matter how good we are, and the cramped surroundings make it even more dangerous. Fine. A compromise, then. We'll go in twos and then double back when we're done. Both men go quiet as soon as she says that, obviously thinking her suggestion over. They look at each other. You don't know if they can read each other's cues or something, but a few seconds later, it looks like they have reached a decision. Fine, Mordecai snaps. Strazza agrees too with a cordial, very well. Then 3 sets of eyes turn to look at you. Do they want your opinion or something? Well, that's too bad, because you have more important things to worry about right now. Your eyes are glued to a tiny, insignificant spot on the wall of the tunnel furthest to the right, but you can't make out what it is, only that something looks off about it. You start moving toward it, ignoring the expectant stares of the others. You're almost there when a voice addresses you. Leaving already, sweet thing? Dalen inquires, her voice strained. Naturally. Of course. Figure out the markings on the... Man! Making so much progress. Don't go with the elf! Well! No, I just... You trail off. The etchings you can make out on the wall are taking up all your attention. You finally reach your destination, but the lighting isn't all that good. But from what you can see, it's not only the lighting that should worry you. Dalen, can you cast some light here? You request. You need to be able to see this clearly before you raise the alarm. The glowing ball comes closer to you, close enough for you to make out the scribblings clearly. And they are scribblings of something sentient. And you just happen to know exactly what that something sentient is. Smoo. The elf is now standing right next to you, her arm brushing against your own. You would have liked to be able to pay more attention to that little fact, but your mind is a bit preoccupied with the threat of imminent death, so you can't spare the brain power. What is it, Pretty Eyes? What do you see? Her sweet voice asks, serious but also exhausted. Damn, this place is really taking a toll on her, and it's only about to get worse. You point out the markings. See this? She nods in the affirmative. You try to swallow down the knot that has formed in your own throat. That's kobold markings, you whisper, like you're afraid speaking any louder will alert the sleeping beasts in this cave. There's a pause, the gray-eyed woman staring at the markings and saying nothing. Then she springs into action. She takes your arm in an almost painful grip and twirls you around, shoving you in front of her. We're out of here, she hisses in an urgent whisper, making sure to keep her voice low. You don't want to alert anything to your presence now, do you? What? Mordecai asks, surprised, his voice echoing around the walls. Keep quiet! There are kobolds here! Dalen chastises him, her hand on your back pushing you forward and past the two men. They both immediately follow after you, all four of you moving at a fast pace. But what about your friend? Strassa manages to ask, sounding vaguely concerned. Trust me, if she's down there, she's much safer than we are right now. The elven woman sounds pretty certain as she says this, also impatient. But that doesn't make any sense, does it? How could her friend be any safer if she's already down there? What is that damn pretty elf hiding from you? You don't have the time or the focus required to ask her this, however. Her hand is insistently urging you on, setting a very quick pace that you struggle to keep up with. You reach the narrow passages again, and she all but launches you through, her quick panting behind you signifying her mounting anxiety. For herself or for you? It doesn't matter. You don't need to be told twice. You're still stuck in the constricting tunnels when your worst fear comes true. You hear drums. Drums coming from down below. Oh no. They're awake. Oh my goodness, how much longer is this chapter? All efforts at stealth are abandoned. The four of you start moving as quickly as you can, clearing the narrow halls and then sprinting through the bigger caverns. Your lungs start to burn from the extended exertion, your breaths coming out as pants. The vibrations from the drums draw closer. Soon to be accompanied by the faint screeching of inhuman voices. Closer and closer they come, until you can hear the deafening cries so clearly you think they're right behind you. You don't dare look, though. The caverns ahead of you appear endless, their murky darkness never lifting. How deep in had you gotten already? Then the whistling sound of something shot at you with great speed swooshes past your ear. Shit! Mordecai swears loudly as an arrow hits the spot where his head was a second ago. The projectile clatters against the hard surface. Run! Don't look back! Strassa yells over the clamor the kobolds are making. Everything hurts from your frantic race, but you don't have the time to even consider the pain you're in. You try to avoid incoming arrows by sound alone, a task made even harder because of the racket the kobolds are making. If they're doing it to intimidate you, you have to say it's working. You vaguely register something making contact with your leg, but you can't spare a single moment to look. Despair begins to settle in, your strength waning, until lo and behold, you can see light up ahead. With renewed determination, you rush on, the cave's entrance faintly visible. You pass through the last big archway before the cave opens up to the big cavern before the entrance. As soon as you are clear, a blinding light is unleashed into the cavern, and you instinctively close your eyes to protect them. The kobolds at your heels shriek in agony, then another voice raises in a howl of effort. You open your eyes just in time to see Dalen alight with blue energy. Her blonde hair floating in the current, her eyes two orbs of solid cerulean light. She looks like an avenging goddess as she raises her hands high over her head, clenching them into fists. A dozen arrows stop mid-flight right in front of her, trapped in the web of energy she's creating. She holds her hands above her head for as long as she can, gathering as much power as she can stand. Is she making a spirit bomb? You can see the kobolds smash against the invisible barrier, trampling one another, screeching with furious anger. Then the woman brings down her fists down in one sharp movement, her yell of agony drowned in the roar of a rocky avalanche. The entire arch above the kobolds comes crashing down on them, huge boulders descending on their heads, pulverizing them under the weight. The tremors are so big you fear the whole cavern will fall down on you. Then the tremors die down, until they're no more. Only a few pieces of loose gravel continue to fall down the wall of rock. The entire entrance to the inner cave has collapsed. The kobolds and whoever else was in there are sealed off. You turn your amazed eyes to Dalen. Never in your life have you seen such a powerful display of magic. The energy around her dissipates, leaving her looking more drawn and gaunt than you have ever seen her. Her whole frame is shaking, her knees buckling. She's going to collapse. What do you do? Ignoring the pain blooming in my calf, I spring forward with all my might, wrapping my arms around Dalen at the last moment. Pain, all more kinds of distraught. Crippling pain in my calf telling me that I have some problem of my own. Jesse, I hear two men shout out an alarm. Okay. She is heavy and feels doubly so with your own injury. You struggle to keep your balance so you don't both faceplant onto the hard floor of the cave. You manage to set her down as gently as you can, considering the circumstances. She's breathing heavily. And she looks barely conscious. Not good. What do you do? Lizard. The dangers of elf magic. Everything's gonna be alright, Dalen. I'm here, I'll help. Promise unhelpfully. What can I do at this point? All I know is that I need to help her in some way. I must. Any other option causes my heart to clench in distress. I am there for her, and I stroke her cheek. Let me take a peek. 34%! Flirtmance points! Nice! How about traits? Pragmatism, unchanged. Have I gotten a bit more playful? I've gotten a bit wittier. Dalen, you whisper softly, holding her on your lap as she tries to raise her head to look at you. She only manages to get halfway. She looks like a moving corpse, her skin gray and lifeless, her eyes gaunt. You can't bear to see her like this. You've barely known her for 2 days, yet you know the lively woman should never have to look like this. Jessie, she murmurs, and you gently raise your hand to stroke her clammy skin. She leans against your touch, nuzzling you like a cat, and presses a little kiss against your palm. This is nice, she says, some of her usual vibrancy slowly returning. You can't help but chuckle a bit. It would have been nicer if you weren't half dead. That's okay. We'll get that, she promises, smiling faintly. No, you won't. Not if the girl bleeds to death. Mordecai's gruff voice shatters the moment. Dalen jolts up, alarmed. She still looks like death warmed over, but at least she looks better the more time passes. You're hurt, she accuses you. Her eyes snap to your calf and to the bleeding graze you got from a stray arrow while escaping the cave. It's nothing, you try to reassure her. That's a lie, of course. It's not nothing. That thing hurts, and you're starting to feel dizzy. I'll heal it, she says with resolve, but you can see that there's some apprehension there, too. You don't doubt she'll try, but whether she succeeds in her condition is another matter entirely. And you don't want her to get weaker again. No, it's... You try to tell her, but she's not listening. Her hand hovers over your wound as a yellow light bathes your leg. The pain is instantly lifted, its sudden disappearance making you sigh with relief. Then the blissful energy retreats and Dalen slumps into your arms. You grab her immediately, pulling her to you. Dalen, you ask her, frantic. I'm fine, she mumbles against your shoulder. Smoo, she's not fine. You look down at her leg. You look down at your leg. You're not completely healed either. The blood flow is stopped and the wound is sealed over, but it still throbs like hell. You don't think you can help carry her like this. Mordecai solves the problem for you. He comes over to the two of you, and without a word, he bends down and takes her from your arms. He easily lifts her and starts walking towards the exit. Dalen lifts her head enough to lock eyes with you, her gray gaze fixed on you the entire time. You can't stop yourself from feeling a pang of jealousy. You're thankful to Mordecai for helping, but can't help thinking, that should have been you holding her. Straza is standing right next to you. You hadn't even realized. You're still on your knees, so you look up at him. He's wearing a worried expression, but his gaze is understanding when he looks between you and the retreating Dalen. Would you like to get some help getting out? Would you like some help getting out? I think it's time we left this godless place. You nod at him with gratitude, and with his help you manage to leave that blasted cave behind you. Mordecai has already set Dalen down next to Hansel, and your darling mule is snuffling against the golden hair with interest. Uh-oh, you should warn the elf about that. You walk over to her, but don't get the chance to say anything. The tranquility of the clearing is suddenly shattered by the most improbable of sounds. What registers first is the flapping of what must be some very mighty wings. It's then followed by a strange shape blocking out the sun and casting you in shadow. You look up, only to be greeted by the most unbelievable thing you've ever seen. A winged woman lands just in front of you, raising a cloud of dust with the force of her descent. She has great leathery wings protruding from her back. The wings are covered in shiny scales of black, brown, and gold, and with a flash of light strong enough to blind you, puff, they're gone. They molded into the back of the surreal woman sporting them. The woman is not especially tall, but her presence takes up the whole space around you, strong, compact. She is wearing her dark brown hair short, and her skin is fair with a yellow undertone to it. Her eyes are almond-shaped, without a lid above them. I'm not the biggest fan of that description. Most importantly, they are golden with slitted pupils. And that's not where the surprises end. The sleeveless leather tunic she's wearing showcases her muscled arms to great effect, making sure to highlight the almost tattoo-like rivulets of scales running up and down her limbs all the way to the back of her jaw and upper temples. Mordecai and Strassa immediately get into defensive stances, but Dalen is chuckling faintly, right when Hansel starts braying uncontrollably. And all you can think is, Smoo! That's the end of chapter 4. I'm pretty sure there's like an autosave. I'm pretty sure it autosaves. Only 4 chapters, yeah! I think the demo only went up to like chapter 3? Because every Choice of Games story on their website They allow you to play, like, a trial version of the story, like, usually playing, like, the first 1 to 3 chapters of the story before they prompt you to buy the full thing. And it supports independent writers. Stretch. But yeah, that was the Soulstone War. The first 4 chapters. I'll probably continue reading soon enough. I know I'm definitely determined to get at least one ending. It's choose your own adventure. There are countless different endings. But I'm only going to reveal one based on my own choices. Be cool to do other streams like this? Certainly is cool. I like reading stuff. Usually my first pick is SCP articles. Otherwise, there's also this pseudo creepypasta series called The Holders that I'm also reading. Peaceful retirement ending. SCP articles are a nice read. Yeah. And I know some time ago, I also read through the draft of an old NaNoWriMo novel that I tried to make. I beat the challenge, but I didn't actually finish the story. And oh boy. That one was... I'm not terribly proud of it. For the time that I wrote it. Did you ever try and write an SCP? I have, actually. Long time ago. It wasn't too good. At least not compared to, you know, what compares to, you know, everything else on the website. I reckon, though, I very well could give it a shot to write a tale. If I can't write an SCP, then I could very much write a tale, which is basically just SCP fanfiction. But it's not really fanfiction because SCP has no canon. Or no one canon, I should say. Yeah. I know that was actually one of the things I was considering for doing tonight. Instead of reading through this story, to honor World Storytelling Day, I would have went to the SCP website, and instead of reading articles, I would have read through some tales. But I know there are so many of them. Just like there are so many SCPs. What was the SCP you did? It didn't actually get in. It never really left the sandbox stage. But basically, it was kind of a weird idea. It was basically like a woodpecker that for any tree that it pecked at, it would basically rapidly age and kill the tree and cause the tree to fall over timber more... Yeah. With a lot of connecting lore and self-referential stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do like it. There's almost kind of a part of me that feels like if I ever were to write an SCP tale, it's like I would write it, but I would be hesitant to try and post it on the wiki. Just because I know historically the wiki has very tight creative standards. Very strict. Yeah, it's definitely intimidating. But yeah, it was just a woodpecker that kills trees. That was about it. Didn't have much meat to it. I love anomalous animals. I do too! Well then. Even though the community can give a lot of feedback. Yeah. The anomaly makes sense for the ecology. Yeah. It's just, you know, there's not much to it. There's not really that great of a hook. What's my favorite article? Or tale? I don't know what my favorite tale is. I haven't had a chance to read too many. God, that's a good question, though. I know there was a time where I would have considered SCP-4000 to be my favorite. Just because I like it conceptually. It's really neat to me. Most of the old SCPs were just a few paragraphs anyway. Yeah. And there was actually a contest some time ago. Like, literally returning back to, like, the more classic, brief, self-contained, like, horror-inspired roots that the series had. 4000 was the suit? No. I think 3000 was... No. 5000 was the suit. 4000 was Taboo, which was about, like, this alternate space where Fae folk live. And it's also, like, the whole deal where you can't refer to it with the same phrasing twice. Or, like, more than once. Yeah. I guess, it would be kind of hard for me to narrow down my solid favorites because they could be my favorites for any variety of reasons. 1000 SCPs are usually very cool. Yeah. I heard the Sarkites. You go cool little meat freaks. Oh, same, bestie. I love the Sarkites. I fucking love... I can't get enough of body horror type of shit. I'm also a fan of, The Serpent's Hand. I kind of just like that they're... I kind of like the cut of their jib. I also like, it's a smaller group of interest, but gamers against weed. It's like a subgroup, sub-community that stems off of Are We Cool Yet? Anywhoomst. Half are like, I'm making the biggest bioweapon, and the other half are like, hi, I made you a meat tomato for arid soil. Yeah. Yeah, I really like the politics within like the Sarkist schism. Well, the plan is I will stream again next Monday. I'm kind of leaning towards more Monster Hunter. But also there's just kind of a number of games that I've been tempted to stream lately. Monday. Yeah, that's really about it. Other than Monday. You got any on the list? I suppose I could give a bit of a peek. Not really a literal peek, but I can list off some of the games I've made promo cards for. I could play more Caves of Cud. I've only played that once so far on stream. I could do more Control. I could do Chapter 2 of Deltarune. There's always Dwarf Fort. A sword fighting game called On Guard. Enna Dream Barbecue. Impossible Creatures, that's one from my nostalgia banks. Mugen. Not much is really updated in regards to my copy of Mugen since the last time I streamed it. And there's actually, at some point, I'm interested in trying to mayhaps create some music on stream. That's gonna be tenuous, because I know very scarce little about music. It hasn't stopped me from trying in the past, but they're not the greatest. I posted some of them on my first YouTube channel. If I don't just dismiss them outright, I would certainly love to maybe revamp some of them, if I could figure out how. I also have No Man's Sky on the list. I played the fuck out of that game. I could play more Patapon 2. It's been a while since I played that. Path of Titans. Basically to substitute the Isle as my go-to dino game. Pokemon Emerald Rogue. That's more of like a casual stream thing. I'm not really like hardcore into that one. Potionomics? Pseudo Regalia. There's also this game called Sable. I could get back to Sims Medieval. I could get back into Slarpy G. I could finally decide to play Sly 3, Honor Among Thieves. I never got the chance to play that game as a child. I could play more endless mode for Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. I could do more Spore, make some abominations. I could play Thunder Ray. Thunder Ray is, like, heavily inspired by Punch-Out. I could play any number of Toho games. I got a couple of fan games. I got them their own little graphics here. They're on standby. I could play Warframe. I've actually been playing a little bit in my off time. I know there's another update that's coming real soon, so... And then I could also faff around on Worldbox. And that's about it. Apparently Delta Rue's next chapter might be coming soon in a couple months. I have heard that. I should probably fucking catch up. Let's go music production stream. We can judge you on your skills. Oh no! More Pokemon would be neat. I know I have an idea to do, a Pokemon Infinite Fusion Nuzlocke. I might stave off of that one for a little while, though. A little while yet. I'm still recovering from 2 years worth of my regular Emerald randomized Nuzlocke. Maple actually helped me to beat the Elite Four on the finale. Oh. Yeah, there's lots of stuff I could do. I could also do art. You know, if there's something that I've been itching to draw, but my ADHD is bullying me into not doing it, into, you know, stagnation, then, yeah. I could always rely on stream to get my fucking hands a-moving. Still a lot to look forward to, yeah. Surely won't be running out of stuff to do, definitely not. I mean, my Steam backlog alone? Thinking about SCP Manifested, the Hatchlings Will Thrive image in my head? Which one was that? Was that, Humans Refuted? Yeah, the weird bird things. Okay, yeah, it was, Humans Refuted. I don't remember what number that one was. You've got enough for the whole year, at least. Tell me about it. But yeah, I think for Monday I'm kind of edging towards more, Monster Hunter Iceborne. Make some more progress over there. Yeah. That's about the most plans I could ever possibly have at this moment. Always streaming by my very whims. What the fuck is a schedule? I am getting very peckish. Whatever you do, it'll be good. Aw, thank you. Yeah, my throat is dry. I could use some foodies. How about I carry you all on with a Froggy raid? Let's see here. I'll quickly say another idea that I had for tonight for reading stories was not necessarily reading stories, but reading through all the entries of my old dream journals that I used to do. I considered it, but then like I picked Choose Your Own Adventure because it seemed more relatively novel. Let's see, who do we got? Who do we got live right now? Kira, Star Saints, oh, Yakuza Mom. Oh no! Oh no, Yakuza Mom! Oh no, she's gonna play fucking Expedition 33. No! God damn it! Oh, that's so disappointing. Okay, how's about... Oh! Gloop Queen is playing Shantae. A classic Shantae title. We shall raid the Gloop Queen. Hang on. Hell yeah, Shantae! Oh my, this page is taking its sweet-ass time loading. Wow. Un momento! One of the tags is spoil and get banned. Very nice. Why is Twitch being so slow? What the fuck? This is homophobia. At least the chat has, at least the chat looks to be working. Good Queen! Da 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 da! And I shall see you all, hopefully Monday, Lily Pals, or maybe Thursday. Maybe
there
next
was
Friday.
something in this area that I couldn't do yet.
Okay. Okay, there her stream is working now. For me. See you all with whatever I decide to get up to. It's probably gonna be smacking more monsters about. But it could always be something else, because my brain... hates commitment. Oh, foodies, here I come. Y'all take care of yourselves. You have a great time zone. Bug bye. That's cute. Ah. Yeah. Big, good, froggy witch energies and blessings to y'all. For the fun time. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, yeah, swimming.